Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
The people you plan on working with?
I'm trying to get into, you know, my boy Shaq Lee.
He 50 for this motherfucker, nigga. Bill should have did a song, nigga. We asked you not to do a song. You said get the fuck out your face.
Young nothing, Holmes. These prices way too high, you need to cut it. Cut it, 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 They tried to bust a move when we was too deep. Bitch, I still got my groove, that shit was too weak. Had to move to Memphis for a whole week. Choppers in the sprint, now we ain't making no trees. Boy, how you wanna feature, ain't got no cheese. I wasn't about to let your fat ass come devour me. I'm just running through South Memphis with my OG. These rappers need to cut it. They ain't about no beef. Do you know how it feel to get respect, nigga? The niggas wanna do shit cause the next nigga. Oh, you see me on them blogs, you thought I got checked, did you? That ain't your dog if he can't go hit the set with you. Hey, Sorry, I'm not with the fucking gimmicks. How you playing with a hitter for a fucking image? I know every DJ but this pussy academics. Train hit the floor and broke boys had a fucking scrimmage. You say you a robber, I'm saying. So why you ain't going my past? Glizzy gang, we tell the bag. Get them boys who don't eat no ham. Them pussy hop out the bag. Spray you at two of your mans. I'm going to DR in the morning. My bitch gotta go see her fam. These rappers, they not gonna ride. Security not on your side. They gotta know that ain't gon' slide. They gotta know that ain't gon' slide. You better keep one by your side. You better keep one by your side. I just get on work to that guy. They shoot his ass right in his eye. We don't give a fuck about yourself. We don't give a fuck who you with. We don't give a fuck with your bang. You a real nigga, you fuck with the gang. Oh yeah, and I got the chain. But I'm not wearing that shit. I came with that shit out the lanes. I told them my currency shit. All the real niggas, they know. All the bad bitches still go. Ain't no one stopping this show. But you better stop the shows. They say they wanted a 50. They must be talking to Mickey. A lot of this shit smell fishy. No niggas get calling my shit. These niggas get calling my city. All niggas go running to glizzy. And all of them niggas who fit it. They gonna run from them glizzy. See niggas get chopped in my city. We don't gotta act like we funny. I made the rocks in your city. And I'm coming back to your city. Yeah. Somebody tell their ass they need to cut it. Why they acting like it's something that it wasn't? These niggas, they just staying out in public. Looking for another show and we gon' fuck it. Hey! Cut it, 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 cut it. You wanna cut it like how you need it. Cut it, cut it. You know this price is way too high. You need it. Cut it, cut it, hey! Cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it. Wait till you see my new piece that be flooded. Fuck that bitch, hey, when I dare nigga to touch it. Bye.
You know what, man? I've been fucking with Shy Glizzy for the longest. To me, that's my favorite fucking rapper out of DC. Now I get it. Now I get it. Now I get it.
Hey. Peace and love to all the American Indigenous Indians. What's popping, y'all? The American Aborigines. Peace and love, family. Good to see y'all on this this good Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock. What's it, 8:06? Shit. Peace to y'all. So y'all see the title of the show. Y'all know what time it is. You know, hold on, let me get my situation set up. I know I should have already been ready, but anyway, you know, I'm just talking to who gonna listen. Like this whole thing around breaking generational curses, man. Like that title just came to my head, and I said, you know what? We got to do that, man. We gotta do that. Like I just think that in our community, man, like it's just an issue for me, and it's an issue that's been kind of woven itself into our like the very fabric of our existence. Like we have a lot of things that we don't work on, we don't care to work on, you know, and then it's like as far as digging into our family history and learning about who we are, oftentimes we don't like to dig into that truth because oftentimes it can be painful for some of us, it can be telling for a lot of us, and then like some, you know, some fucking graves people don't want to go and dig in and actually figure that shit out. So, you know, I think the idea around generational curses could be this idea that it's a myth or some shit like that. But I do really believe that it's deeply rooted in some other shit. Like it's rooted in patterns of behavior, trauma, you know, often the systemic injustice that we face. Just a lot of things that's just been passed down. And I think tonight, you know, it's good that we try to unpack some of that and really get into some things. I found this article on Pew Research Center. Hey y'all, peace and love to everybody. Hi Ariana and Nicole, shout out to you, baby. What's up, Akamak? Straight Smoke. Most Hated Bronze, Flat Power, God, Hurricane, JW. Who else came up in this thing? Big Dog Philly OG. Peace to my real ones. Peace to my day ones. Hey y'all. So I pulled up this article on the Pew Research Center, and I thought it was a good article. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like it's an article that oftentimes we don't really understand a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? We don't understand why we don't go and look into our family heritage or talk to our family about our identity and who we are and our stories and things like that. And I think we've, you know, put ourselves in a position where it's been passed down throughout time, you know, where we don't care enough to know about our background and who we truly are and what was our mom's perspectives and our grandmother's perspectives and our great grandparents and cousins and, you know, people who lived before us that, you know, even the ones that may be around us and even the ones that might have had, you know, went away from this earth. So, you know, yeah, it is what it is, Mo. It is what it is. I'm excited to read this to y'all. I am, and we're going to talk about this. I got like 2 articles, I believe. Let me see if I can make this bigger for y'all. And I'm going to try to get through this, you know, and explain my takeaways as we go along tonight. So let me see how that look on y'all side. Okay. I don't care about that right now. So anyway, I hope y'all doing well. Let's get into it. Hey, Ryan, can you shut your room door? The personal identities of Black Americans are tied to many different characteristics, some of which are more important than others in shaping how they see themselves. In the new Pew Research Center survey, Black adults were asked about the importance of their racial background, ancestry, the place where they grew up, gender, and sexuality to how they think about themselves. In addition to personal identity, the survey explored Black Americans' views of how much they have in common with Black people who are U.S. born, immigrants, wealthy, poor, LGBTQ. It also asks Black Americans about how much what happens to Black people locally, nationally, and globally affects what happens in their own lives. The importance of race, ancestry, and place to personal identity. The majority of Black Americans identify as Black alone and non-Hispanic. However, 8% of Black adults identify as multiracial, that is Black and some other race, and 5% as Black Hispanic. Between 2000 and 2019, the share of Black Americans who identified as either multiracial or Black Hispanic had grown by roughly 145%. To capture this growing complexity in Black racial identity, Black adults were asked both a general question about the importance of their racial background and a more specific question about the importance of being Black. About 7 in 10 Black Americans, 71%, say their racial background is very or extremely important to how they think of themselves, according to the survey, while U.S. born 71% and immigrant 70%, Black Americans are equally likely to hold this view. There are differences among Black adults of different racial backgrounds and ethnicities. About 7 in 10 of those who identify solely as Black say their racial background is very important to how they think of themselves. Meanwhile, smaller shares of Black adults who identify as multiracial say the same. Gender, age, education, and gender, age, education, income, and party are also key points of departure among Black adults when it comes to the importance of their racial backgrounds to their personal identity. Black women are more likely than Black men to say their race is important of how they think of themselves. When it comes to age groups, 81% of Black adults 65 and older say this, while 73% of those who are 50 to 64, 68% of those 30 to 49, and 64% of those under 30 say this. Most Black adults say their racial background and ancestry are very important to how they see themselves. So these are all of their data and their research to that, them just showing, like where we fall right here, US born, 70, 71, 65, 46, interesting numbers there. There are also some differences by level of education attainment. Black adults with at least a bachelor's degree are more likely than those with lower levels of education to say their racial identity is very or extremely important to them. The importance of racial background to personal identity among Black Americans also differs by income. That's interesting. Black adults with middle incomes and those with upper incomes are more likely than those with lower incomes to share this view. Black Democrats and those who lean toward the Democratic Party are more likely than Black Republicans and Republican learners to cite their racial identity as a very or extremely important part of how they think of themselves. The survey also finds that about 3/4, 76% of Black adults say specifically that being Black is important to how they see themselves. This is a view widely shared across most major demographic subgroups of Black Americans, as clear majorities of each saying being Black is a very or extremely important part of how they think of themselves. Like racial identity and the importance of being Black, the majority of Black Americans say their ancestry is an important part of how they think about themselves. While U.S. born 65% and foreign born 66%, Black adults hold similar views on this question. Non-Hispanic Black adults are more likely than multiracial Black adults to say their ancestry is very or extremely important to their personal identity. Okay. Black adults ages 65 and older, 72% are more likely than those who are 30 to 49 and slightly more likely than those under 30 to say their ancestry is extremely important to how they think about themselves. Meanwhile, the share of Black adults in the upper income tier, 69%, who holds this view, is about the same as the shares of those in the middle and lower tiers. Looking at gender, nearly 2/3 of both Black women and Black men say that their ancestry is very or extremely important, is an extremely important part of their personal identity. There were no significant differences by education or by party affiliation among Black adults on this question. The places where Black Americans grew up. Black Americans were also asked how important the places where they grew up are to their personal identities. Nearly half of the Black Americans, 46%, say the location where they grew up is very or extremely important to how they think about themselves. And I always say that your environment does have an impact on how you think about yourself. It really does. It really does. And I think a lot of people don't realize this, but I do believe that it's like nature versus nurture almost. And when you're in a particular environment and certain things are going on, it does impact your overall view on yourself. It shouldn't, but it does, because people like to say, you're not where you're from, or you don't have to be a product of your environment, if you will. And a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, even just based off of this survey, nearly half of us think this way, just based off this survey alone, right? So I found this very, very interesting. Salute to everybody in the chat. Hey, y'all. Salute to everybody. Sorry I didn't see y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know I'm reading. Okay. Like racial identity and ancestry, the question differs somewhat for Black Americans of different ethnicities. See, and then it's like how they're describing Black Americans who may have different ethnicities, like Black Hispanics or immigrants. But I don't know why they're referring to them as Black Americans. Black Hispanic adults are more likely than multiracial Black adults to say where they grew up is very or extremely important to that identity. Similar shares of Black Americans who were born in, 46%, or outside, 50% of the United States holds this view. There are only slight regional differences in the share of Black adults who say where they grew up is. Hey, can you shut your door? Ryan, can you shut your door, please? Your television is distracting mommy. Thank you. Sorry, y'all. There are only slight regional differences in the share of Black adults who say where they grew up is very or extremely important to their personal identity. While 51% of Black Americans who live in the Midwest say this, 47% of those living in the Northeast or West, and 44% of those who live in the South say this. Black adults who live in urban, suburban, or rural areas are also likely to say that where they grew up is very or extremely important to their personal identity. Black Americans differ only slightly by age and views on the importance of where they grew up. Black adults who are 65 and older are more likely than those 30 to 49, to say that their location where they grew up is very or extremely important part of how they view themselves. Gender and sexuality are also important components of how Black Americans think about themselves. Nearly 2/3 of Black adults say their gender is very important, is a very or extremely important part of how they think of themselves. Black women are more likely than Black men to say this, though clear majorities of each do. Older Black Americans are more likely than younger ones to hold this view as well. Black adults who are 65 and older are more likely than those under 30 to say that their gender is a very or extremely important part of their identity. Although there is no significant differences in those who, in the share who say this among U.S. born 65% or immigrant 59%, Black adults, there are differences by race and ethnicity. Non-Hispanic adults 67% are more likely than multiracial Black adults 49%, or Black Hispanic adults 49% to say their gender plays a significant role in how they think about themselves. Black adults who say that being Black is a very or extremely important part of how they think of themselves are more likely than those for whom being Black is less important to say their gender is an important part of their personal identity. All right, let's keep going because I really want to get to the family history, slavery, and knowledge of Black history. I want to get to that part, but I just want to kind of get through everything in just terms of talking about this. When they do these studies, they break down men, women, and then also they're breaking down so-called Black people in America from immigrants and from maybe those Black Americans who identify themselves as biracial, and just trying to see if these different components of identity really does impact who they are and how they think about themselves. And it's seeing that a good majority of people who were taking these surveys for this for the research center called Pew, you can tell that a lot of people really do take this very seriously in terms of their personal views, like the outward views, what people think about them. Ultimately, this is really just about what they think about themselves, whether they're Republican, Democrat. Does that affect them? Do they care about whether or not is their race important to them because they're Republican? Is it not? Is it more important because you're a Democrat? I think it's very interesting. So let's just go down a little bit. Black Americans and connectedness to other Black people. Aside from questions about personal identity, Black Americans were asked about how much they have in common with different groups of Black people. They were also asked about what happens to other Black people in their local communities in the United States and around the world that affects what happens in their own lives. Commonality with U.S. born Black people. The majority of Black adults say that everything or most things in common with Black people born in the United States. U.S. born Black adults are more likely than immigrant Black adults to say that they have everything or most things in common with Black people born in the U.S. Over half of U.S. born Black adults say they have everything or most things in common with other Black people born in the U.S., with about a quarter saying they have everything in common. Conversely, only about a quarter, 26% of Black adults who were born outside of the U.S. say they have everything or most things in common with Black people born in the U.S. 43% say they only have some things in common, and 31% say, that's a high percent, say they have only a few things or nothing in common with Black people born in the U.S. More than half of non-Hispanic adults, Black adults, say they have all or most things in common with U.S. born Black people, including 23% who say they have everything in common. A smaller share of multiracial Black adults, 42%, say they have everything or most things in common with U.S. born Black people. Black adults who say being Black is very or extremely important to them are more likely than those for whom being Black is less important to say they have everything or most things in common with Black people born in the U.S. So let's just go right here. So family history, slavery, and knowledge of Black history. Learning about family history can be a challenge for Black Americans. But they love to say this. Because of slavery, it is often difficult for them to trace their ancestry prior to the 1870 census. Now we know that's not true because most of us have traced our family way past the 1870 census. Records of the enslaved are often handwritten, poorly maintained, or simply lost over time. In light of this, the survey asks Black Americans to share what they know of their family and ancestral histories. It also asks Black Americans about the way they learned about their family stories and backgrounds. Black Americans were asked if they had done any of the following to learn about their family history: speaking to their relatives, conducting research online, or using a mail-in DNA service such as Ancestry DNA or 23andMe. Overall, 43% of Black adults used at least one of these methods, 25% used two, 11% used all three, and 22% did not use any. Black immigrants, 31%, were about as likely as U.S.-born adults to have done two or more of these things to research their family history. Black adults for whom being Black is very or extremely important, 37%, were also about as likely as those for whom Blackness is less important, 31%, to have used two or more methods. However, multiracial Black adults and Black Hispanic adults were more likely than non-Hispanic Black adults to say that they had used two or more of the methods to research their family history. In fact, 44% of non-Hispanic Black adults use only one method. Among non-Hispanic Black adults who only use one method, what the hell? Okay, use one method. 96% spoke to relatives about their family's history. Of the three methods asked about, multiracial Black adults and Black Hispanic adults were also the most likely to say they spoke to their families. Roughly 3/4 of Black Americans say they have spoken with their relatives to learn about their family history. Black adults who were born in the United States are more likely to say they have done this than those born outside of the United States. Meanwhile, Black adults who are non-Hispanic, multiracial, or Hispanic are all about as likely to speak to their families to learn about their families' histories. Black adults for whom being Black is a significant part of their personal identity were more likely than those for whom being Black is less important to say they have spoken to their relatives about family history. It's interesting too. It says Black women were more likely than Black men to speak with their families about their ancestors. Black adults ages 65 and older were the most likely of the age groups studied to have discussed this history with their families. Black adults 65 and older. That's crazy. Most people don't wait. Most people are waiting until they're 65 years old to do research about their family. That's really mind-blowing right there. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like anybody that's 65 and older, they were in the midst of all the good stuff going on, and they were in the midst of the history being created and made. So it's very interesting that most people haven't looked into their family history like they should be looking into their family history. So anyway, let's just keep going. Shut up, Superman. They use Black to describe us. Unfortunately, we're not going to find many research papers or anything that's going to really refer to us as Americans or just flat out Americans without adding the Black on it, or, use your discernment. Anyway, Black adults ages 65 and older were the most likely of the age group studied to have discussed this history with their families, while those under 30 were least likely to have done this, though more than half have done so. Moreover, the share of college-educated Black adults, 88%, who have spoken to their families about this is higher than the share of Black adults with lower levels of education, 71%. Black adults with middle and upper incomes are more likely to have had these discussions than those of lower incomes. And I find it interesting too that, this survey has pretty much projected that mostly the only time that people are really speaking about this is the type of people or the type of so-called Black people that are speaking about their family history to their families and trying to learn more about their history are within the upper income range. I find that really interesting though, that most people who may live in a lower income bracket, they may not really it may not really interest them as much. And I think that reasoning could be from a lot of things. I mean, most people who are low income, like, are trying to make ends meet and different things like that. Like, they're not really thinking about their family history. They're not thinking about that shit. They're thinking about trying to survive and live day by day. So I can see why that percentage is really, really high. Okay, so here you go. Going online or using a mail-in DNA service to learn about family history. Overall, Black adults are less likely to go online to research their family history or use a mail-in DNA service to learn about it than to talk with a family member. About a third of Black adults say they have gone online to conduct family history research, while just 15% say they have used a mail DNA service. That's interesting. That says why just 15% say they have used a mail-in DNA service. That's very interesting. I mean, I guess that 15% includes all the other motherfuckers who use 23andMe, child. Many of the same groups that are more likely to talk with relatives about their family history are also more likely. Oh Lord, oh my bad, y'all. Something popped up on my phone. Many of the same groups that are more likely to talk with relatives about their family history are also more likely to have done online family history or used a mail-in DNA service to learn about family history, but there are a few exceptions. U.S.-born and foreign-born Black adults are equally likely to have conducted family research online, a different pattern from that of speaking with family members about family history. In another departure, Black Hispanic adults are more likely than non-Hispanic Black adults to have gone online to do family research. Meanwhile, Black adults who identify as multiracial are more than non-Hispanic Black adults to have used mail-in DNA services to learn about their family history. Black Hispanic adults were in between the groups, with 23% reporting that they use a DNA service to explore family history. Most Black adults say their ancestors were enslaved, but some are not sure. When it comes to the knowledge of their family's history with slavery, nearly 6 in 10 Black adults say their ancestors were enslaved. About 4 in 10 report that they were enslaved in the United States. Only 5% say their ancestors were solely enslaved outside the United States, while 11% say their ancestors were enslaved both in the U.S. and in another country. Wow. When it comes to the knowledge of their family's history with slavery, nearly 6 in 10 Black adults say their ancestors were enslaved. 6 in 10. And they probably just saying this based off the consensus. Probably not really. I mean, and from the rest of this goddamn article is clearly stating that most people aren't doing research about their family history. So that's interesting that 6 in 10, but that's a lot. About 4 in 10 report that they were enslaved in the United States. So about 4 in 10 report that they were enslaved in the United States. Only 5% say their ancestors were solely enslaved outside the United States, while 11% say their ancestors were enslaved both in the U.S. and in another country. However, not all Black Americans are sure whether their ancestors were enslaved, and some say their ancestors were not enslaved. All right, now, about 1/3 say that they are not sure if their ancestors were enslaved, while 8% say their ancestors were not enslaved. Black adults born in the United States, 55% are much more likely to say their ancestors were enslaved completely or partially in the U.S. than Black immigrants. So what y'all think about that? Because I thought that was extremely interesting. Like that not sure part, because that seems to be more honest than them saying that every 6 in 10 are saying that their ancestors were enslaved, when you guys are already pointing out the fact that most people were more than likely not interested in really looking into their family history and trying to figure out what the truth is behind that. So I did find like that little statement extremely interesting. That's extremely interesting there. So anyway, let's keep going. Majority of Black adults say their ancestors were enslaved, but 1/3 are unsure. So it says, conversely, now they talk about Black immigrants here. Black immigrants were much more likely than their U.S. born counterparts to say their ancestors were only enslaved outside the U.S. About 3 in 10 of both groups are unsure whether their ancestors were enslaved. And while just 7% of U.S. born Black adults say their ancestors were not enslaved, 20% of immigrant adults that are Black say the same. So Black adults also differ on this question by ethnicity. So they different by just based off ethnicity too. So we talking about non-Hispanic, which is most likely us, the Black multiracial, or the people who identify with more than one race, and then we have the Black Hispanics. So they all said that their ancestors were enslaved in the United States in whole or in part. Meanwhile, Black Hispanic adults were more likely than non-Hispanic, Black, and multiracial Black adults to say their ancestors were enslaved in other countries. So that's interesting too. So the Black Hispanics, they were more than likely than us, the non-Hispanic Black, which that would be us, and the multiracial so-called Black person, that they were more than likely to say that their ancestors were enslaved in other countries. So that's crazy. About 30% in each group report being unsure whether their ancestors were enslaved. That's huge. Because we all know that, come to find out, a lot of us find out that a lot of our ancestors were freeborn in the United States and were put under a colored caste system. We all understand this and know this. So that's very interesting that a lot of people that they probably did this study on, this study was done in 2022. So it's not that old. But, it's very telling. It's very, very telling. And, a lot of people always want to tell you to take your DNA test. A lot of people ain't even doing that, according to this study. So that is very interesting to me. It says Black adults for whom being Black is a very or extremely important part of their personal identity are more likely than those for whom being Black is less important to say their ancestors were enslaved. Black adults for whom being Black is a very or extremely important part of their personal identity, at 61%, are more likely than those for whom being Black is less important to say their ancestors were enslaved, regardless of geography. Those for whom being Black is very or extremely important are also less likely than their counterparts to report being unsure about this, 31 versus 42. Yeah, a lot of motherfuckers was unsure. That's what I'm saying. And a lot of people is unsure. And that's what I mean by the generational curses that need to be broken, because a lot of us do not take the time to truly go online, research, go to the libraries from where our families are from, take the time to travel, do certain things that it would take for us to really dig into the nooks and crannies of really what took place here. I think what's sad is that a lot of times people will look at us and kind of, especially my brown skinned people and my darker skinned people, we get a lot of flack for being brown skinned and being told that we can't be nothing other than an African, which is diabolical, nasty work. But like I said, when we look into the fucking history, and I could show y'all a little bit of some things that I have too, you know what I'm saying? But when we actually look into the history of things, it comes to find out that, boom, damn, a lot of my folks was freeborn. My folks were sharecroppers. My folks owned over 200 acres of farmland, this, that, and the third. You come to find out a lot of times, man, this shit was, man, this is just very, 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 I thought this was very interesting. So, I just wanted to read it because I said, damn, like, this is what they did in 2022. And maybe we can just have a perspective of kind of what other people are thinking about and how other people view themselves and why they view themselves this way. And like they were saying, depending on your income range or class, different things like that. It has a true impact on how you think about yourself. And it also has an impact on how a lot of these people answer these questions. Okay. As with many aspects of identity and connectedness, age is a key point of difference among Black Americans. Black adults ages 65 and older, 64%, are more likely than those under 30 or those 30 to 49 to say their ancestors were enslaved. Look at that. It say that Black adults ages 65 and older are more likely than those under 30 or those to 30 to 49 to say their ancestors were enslaved, either in the U.S. or abroad. Those 65 and older are also less likely than any other group to be unsure about their family's history with slavery. That's crazy. They so sure that we were slaves. The 65 and older crew. They so sure about that, right? And I think a lot of that can attest to the education that they were coming up on when they were coming up, and what they were being taught, and what was ingrained into their membranes. Education and income also yield differences on this question, what I just said. And I didn't even have to read that down there to tell y'all that. Education and income also yields differences on this question. College-educated Black Americans are more likely than those with lower levels of education to report that their ancestors were enslaved. That is crazy. College-educated Black Americans are more likely than those with lower levels of education to report that their ancestors were enslaved. Come on now. Among Black adults with less than a bachelor's degree, 37% say that they are uncertain about whether their ancestors were enslaved. And see, they try to put this narrative out there. Oh, well, you know, they're not educated, so maybe that's why they don't know whether or not their ancestors were enslaved or not. It's because they're uneducated, or they what the fuck, or because they don't have a bachelor's degree. Cut the cap. It says Black adults with upper incomes are more likely than those with middle and lower incomes to say their ancestors were enslaved. About 4 in 10 Black adults with lower incomes report being unsure about this fact. Is that a fact? Is that a fact? So now they're going to relegate slavery to every single so-called Black American in this country? Because I could pull up records right now that show my ancestors was free. Bitch. Not no one was born into slavery. And that ain't got nothing to do. And you know, it's interesting too, you know, but like it's just their job to do studies and things like that. So I can't really look at it like they're trying to be biased or anything like that. I can't really look at it like that. I just got to try to look at it from a lens that, you know, these are the questions that they are asking, and then they're trying to measure that out by, like I was telling y'all earlier, income levels, education, being a man or a woman, different things like your environment, where you're from, how you grew up, things like that. And that's why I was saying how important it is for us to break these generational curses, because, you know, people formulate their opinions based on what they've been through, based on their understanding only. You know what I mean? Like, if we've been taught certain things for a certain way for so long, you know, a lot of times we'll just follow that same manuscript, you know, and anytime you want to go against that you want to go against that narrative, you know, a lot of people want to try to break you down and try to make you feel like, you know, you don't know what you're talking about by going against the grain when you tell people your folks wasn't enslaved, that your folks always been here. Now, some of y'all was enslaved. Some of y'all ancestors was, but not everybody's ancestors was. I would say the good majority of the Black Americans, no. And I do believe that the prisoners of war, the prisoner of war is more of a practical way of looking at it versus thinking that somebody was whipping and beating us and doing all that. I was explaining that to my man's Trey 5. Shout out to the Sites Firm. I said, nah, man. I said, trust me. I said, you whipping and beating on somebody like that, you're not getting no work done, bro. Like, you just not. Like, I don't see the significance behind them trying to put out a narrative of this idea that our ancestors was getting beaten, whipped, and all this, and getting all this to death. I'm like, so how is people working? How are they working? How are they working? So that's why I'm saying, like, that shit is wild to me. That's why I said I think it's more plausible. You know what I'm saying? Just off of common sense alone, right? It's definitely more plausible to take in to subscribe more to the fact that it was a prisoner of war situation and not this one man and he walking around, he got a whip and he just tearing everybody up. And you know, if they tried to run away, they was doing this and doing that. And I tell people too, a lot of the evidence they're trying to show to substantiate these claims is like crazy work. Those are modern day written back in time flyers, everything. You think they had them type of flyers written up when people was writing with ink, dapping their shit in ink and writing? I mean, come on now, make it make sense. They had a typewriter then. Somebody put in the chat. Somebody put in the chat. Somebody put in the chat. You know what I'm saying? For real. Like, seeing these folks so bothered on real quick before I get back to this, and I need to show y'all this thread too. They so bothered on Threads by my reply because this girl gonna write up here. Hold up. Let me see if I can pull back up what she wrote. She wrote, hold up. Let me see, because I responded to. She said, every time I hear a Black person talking about how they don't look African, I just assume they're mentally ill. She said, there's not a single feature that Africans have that anyone of African descent, regardless of where they are born, can't and doesn't have. I said, well, there is a difference. We don't have the same phenotypes. Skin color is one thing, but you can tell the difference between a Black American, a so-called Black American, and an African from the continent. I say, for example, Michael Blackson and Michael Jordan do not phenotypically look alike. They both are just dark skinned. You know, people have this such a skewed understanding, and their understanding is so skewed because of the false narrative of the transatlantic slave trade and everything else that's taken place right here on this very soil, that they have done an amazing job of swiping our minds and everything from who we are. And that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? They all keep telling me I look like this. And I said, where my photograph? Look at my picture. And you gonna lie to yourself and say I look like it? Hold up. You gonna lie to yourself and say I look like, hold up, let me remove this. You gonna lie to yourself and say I look like an African? Look at that picture. Where do I look like an African at, boo? Where? Y'all say anything. Not y'all, but them people on Threads. Y'all say anything. Like, if you ever saw me in person, baby, it don't ever give that. Y'all is diabolical. Like, I sit up there, let me put my stuff back up there. Sorry, y'all. Going back and forth with these folks every day, trying to tell me what I look like. I ain't about to argue with you people. I don't look nothing like any African off of any continent ever in life. Y'all really done bumped y'all little skillet biscuits out here in these streets. And for most of y'all who see my dance video, y'all seen my natural texture. My natural texture gives. I have locks, but I have a natural curly hair texture. And my skin color is definitely like this little, like this pecan kind of, you know, it's like I have the cheekbones from my grandmother and my great grandmother who's 106. But they want to try to tell me who I am. This one dude, and I'm gonna get back to reading this because I got another article I want to read too, y'all. Because I ain't gonna hold y'all long tonight. Then there was another guy. He was saying he kind of chubby, on the chubby side. You know what I'm saying? A dark-skinned fellow. He had a lot of facial hair. This man stood up there and told me, oh, he live in Africa. He talk about some They just think he an African that went abroad and came back home. Talking about when he speak to other Africans, they don't think he's American. Boy, if you speaking to them, they're gonna know immediately that you American. Cut the cap. They're gonna know immediately. Trust me, they know the difference between us and them. And I don't see how people just can't look beyond the surface level of all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and just really use their brains and really think. But they can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because the indoctrination was so heavy. The motherfucking matrix is so heavy on these people that they can't even see. And that's what I said. I've been done arguing. Like, I make my comments on the post and y'all carry on accordingly. Shit, I ain't even been on Threads, using Threads that long. My damn shit that I've been posting on there got like over 15,000 views already. Because these people are so bothered by us knowing the truth about who we are. And they want to try to dispel us from speaking the truth. And, you know, I mean, I feel like Threads is like how Twitter was in 2011. You know, and Twitter pissed me off in 2011 because those girls at Delaware State had me knocking on doors and some more stuff. Excuse me, bitch. Back in the day, though, y'all, when I was real feisty. I'm still feisty. But I ain't play that. You wasn't about to be on no Twitter talking shit. So anyway, y'all. Because I got one more article for y'all. Shout out to Engine Radio for emailing me this article. I haven't read the article yet, but I mean, I'm going to read it with us together. And I think it'll be a good read as well. Because I know Smoke going live soon. So before he, you know, I just kind of wanted to get this, you know, this little bit of literature out. And, you know what I'm saying? I'll open up the panel for discussion if you guys want. And then, shit, I'll probably just call it a night. So here we go. There are very few differences by region on this question. Black adults who live in the South are no more likely than those living in the Northeast, Midwest, or West to say their ancestors were enslaved. However, Black adults who live in the Northeast are more likely than those living in the South, Midwest, or West to say their ancestors have been enslaved outside of the United States. So that's a very small number. So they're saying that Black adults who live in the North, you know, Southeast, Midwest, West, whatever, you know, they are more likely than those living in the South or the whatever to say their ancestors have been enslaved outside the United States. And that's a really interesting development. I mean, because most people, they may have some connections to other countries and things like that. But as far as the narrative around being enslaved, because they changed it from they changed it to enslaved. And I feel like using the terminology enslaved, like I said, to me, just encompasses more of a prisoner of war identity. That's my opinion. Now, I don't know. I see Sachi, you in the chat. What you think about that? Do you feel like the idea of being enslaved can encompass more of a prisoner of war identity, or do you think something different, Sachi? Hi, Dulcie. So anyway, it says Black adults living in the Midwest are more likely than those living in the Northeast to say they are uncertain about whether their ancestors have been enslaved. Black adults who have conducted online research, it says 78%, or used a mail-in DNA service, they're saying 78% of these people did this, to learn about their family history, were more likely than those who had spoken to their relatives for the same purpose, to say their ancestors were enslaved. Among Black adults who had not used any of these methods to research their family, only 26% say their ancestors were enslaved. And that's interesting too. So they try to say that the majority of the people who might have spoke to their families or might have used the mail-in DNA service were more likely to say that they had been enslaved versus people who didn't do any of those methods would only say who didn't use any of those methods said that their ancestors were enslaved. So you got a bunch of people, you got 26% of people who ain't done no research or nothing about their family lineage, just saying their ancestors were enslaved without knowing it to be a fact. So most Black adults are at least somewhat informed about U.S. Black history. In addition to their family, in addition to their family history, we asked Black Americans about their knowledge of racial history. Overall, about half of Black adults say that they are very or extremely informed about the history of Black people in the United States, while 37% say they are somewhat informed. Only 11% say that they are a little or not informed at all. Black adults who were born in the U.S. are no more likely than Black immigrants to say that they are very or extremely informed. Similarly, Black adults, no matter their ethnicity, are just as likely to say that they are very or extremely informed about Black history. However, those who say being Black is a significant part of their personal identity are nearly twice as likely as those for whom being Black is less important to say that they feel very or extremely informed about Black history. And Black women, 37%, are slightly more likely than Black men, 30%, to say that they are very informed. Older Black adults are more informed than younger Black adults about Black history. 6 in 10 Black adults ages 65 and older say they are very or extremely informed about Black history, a share that falls to 53% amongst those ages 50 to 64 and 51% among those 30 to 49. Black adults under 30 are least likely of the age groups to say that they are very or extremely informed. The share of Black college educated adults who say that they are very or extremely informed about Black history is larger than the share with lower levels of formal education who say this. Similarly, Black adults with middle and higher incomes are more likely to say that they are very or extremely informed about Black history than those with lower incomes, 47%. There are few differences among Black adults by party or region on this question. Okay, sources of information about Black history in the United States. A significant share of Black Americans feel very or extremely informed about U.S. Black history, and many turn to the people closest to them to learn about it. Those who feel at least a little informed about U.S. Black history are more likely to say they learned everything or most things they know about it from family and friends than from the media, the internet, K through 12 schooling, or college if they attended. Interesting. I find that from family and friends, huh? They said then from the media, the internet, K through 12 schooling, or college if they attended. Overall, at least half of Black adults who say they are informed about U.S. Black history learned at least some of what they know about it from each of these sources. Right. So, what? That's mind blowing there. These motherfuckers keep a tea going. They keep a tea going. I'm sure we wasn't none of it. If the slavery shit is a condition you put yourself in by your own actions when it comes to us. Okay. All right, let's keep going. It says all right, we almost there, y'all. Non-Hispanic Black adults are more likely than multiracial Black adults to say they learned everything or most things they know about Black history from friends and family. There are a few differences between U.S.-born and foreign-born Black adults on this question, although about a quarter of those born outside of the U.S. say they learn little or nothing of what they know about Black history from their families and friends. Well, what do they foreign-born? What the fuck did they people teach them other than the negative bullshit that they were taught? Blacks without a college degree are more likely than those with a degree to have learned about Black history from family and friends. And it's interesting that they even bringing this thing up about a college degree, because I was just having this conversation with somebody too that like so my first year of school, like the first time I went away to school, I didn't go that far away from home. I went to Delaware State, which was like an hour, like to 2 hours away from DC. And at Delaware State, I was looking for a bunch of classes, and this was eons ago, y'all, before I got the degree I got now, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, I mean, and it applies to most HBCUs across the country, where you don't see a large influx of classes that really focuses on us. There's not a lot of classes that focus on us. They don't even have, I mean, they had one class at Dale State, and that was called African American Literature. And that class was taught by Charles Drew's. He was like Charles Drew's third great grandson. His name was Dr. Drew. Yep, that was my professor. And he was really a good professor too. I'm not gonna lie. But he was trying to squeeze all that shit in there. Like literally, he was the only teacher that was the only class they had. Everything else, like in terms of like social work and sociology and things like that, they touch on things in sociology and stuff like that, but it would be more so of a world view. It didn't specifically just focus on us. That so-called African American lit class was the only class. And even when I came back home and chilled out of school for a while, went back to school, it was the same thing. They would have like U.S. history up until 1865. They'd have classes around that, but it was never any class specifically on the so-called Black American at a whole so-called HBCU, which at that time, before my knowledge of what I know now about who we are and being a true original people to this land, that I found that very, very hard to deal with, y'all, because I could not believe that. And, like I said, it's just another one of their plagues, plans, etc., to keep us away from truth and from knowledge. College costs thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. There is no reason why there shouldn't be any fucking class, like especially at an HBCU. It should not be no one class at an HBCU that's pertaining to our so-called history. I thought that was diabolical. So, anywho, so like it's interesting that they talk about this with a degree shit when they're barely teaching that shit. They're not teaching that. They're not teaching so-called Black people about who they are. They're not teaching them that. And even if they was to teach so-called Black people about who they are, they probably spew nothing but lies any fucking way, because in that African American lit class, we just pretty much learned about all the first Blacks, all the first so-called Blacks in history, and all this other stuff, which is crazy to me that is still a thing. The first such and such. Well, I guess it would be the first African American when they're the first person under that identity to accomplish something. Of course, if we're talking about people under an identity that's not theirs, and all of a sudden it's always this first that, and all this other dumb shit that I don't understand. Okay. So it says Black adults with a college degree are more likely than those with the degree to have learned about Black history from family and friends. Relatedly, Black adults with middle incomes are more likely to have done this than those with upper incomes. Black adults without a college degree are more likely than those with their college degree holding counterparts to say that they learned everything or most things they know about Black history from the media, and those with lower and middle incomes are more likely than those with higher incomes to say the same. More among Black immigrants than among U.S. born adults learn everything or most things that they know about Black history from the media. Yeah, I'm glad that sounds pretty honest. That sounds pretty honest. And I could believe that the foreign born people and the immigrants learn everything about us off of media. I believe that. And that's the problem now, and that's why the shit is so misconstrued and messed up. So, yeah. So real quick, they have a few more about places and communities and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And I can go into that, but real quick, I kind of want to go into another direction. Let's go here. So I'm gonna get into this. It's time to let go of African American. So we're gonna get into this article. Shout out to Engine Radio. And just for emailing this over. And, we're going to get into this real quick, but I just want to go to a little quick song break. A quick song break. Like, I know what I want here too. I heard this song on the radio and I forgot how much it cranked. All right, share it. All right, y'all. So this is the next read right here. So I'm not responsible for what they may say in this article or not. Okay. I'm just reading. Shout out to Engine Radio once again. I decided to share this with everybody, and we all gonna get into this together. Okay. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you all so much. I appreciate all your love and support. Peace to you, Jeremiah, Landy Hawk, my girl Gigi. Hey, Bucky, My big bro OTK. Big certified Sachi in this bitch. Carl Johnson. Dean General. Hey, love. Peace to you, baby. Oh, you from DC? Period. All right. Who else I miss? Of course, I think I did get you, Akamak. I just want to make sure Landy. Hi, sister. Master herself. I just want, hey, Enox. I didn't get you, Enox. All right. So let's keep it moving. All right. So this is an opinion piece. It's time to let go of African American. This came out July 10th. Okay. By John McWhorter. He's an opinion writer. I'm no fan of performative identity politics, and I think racial preferences are long past their expiration date. Yet, I don't think the New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani did anything wrong when, as was reported last week, he checked off Black or African American on a college application. As a man of South Asian descent who spent the first part of his life living in Uganda, he was within his rights to call himself African American. The problem is that term appeared on the application or anywhere else. Plenty of Black people have never liked it, and ever more are joining the ranks. It's time to let it go. Quote, African America entered mainstream circulation in the late 80s as a way to call attention to Black people's heritage in the same way that terms like Italian American and Asian American do for members of those groups. The Reverend Jesse Jackson encouraged its usage, declaring, quote, Blacks does not describe our situation. In my household, there are 7 people, and none of us have the same complexion. We are of African American heritage. In 1989, the columnist and historian Roger Wilkins told Isabel Wickerson, whenever I go to Africa, I feel like a person with a legitimate place to stand on this earth. This is the name for all the feelings I've had all these years. Since that time, the United States has seen an enormous change in immigration patterns. In 1980, there were about 200,000 people in America who were born in Africa. By 2023, there were 2.8 million. So today, for people who were born in Africa, any children they have moving here after, and Black people whose last African ancestors lived centuries ago, the term African American treats them as if they are all in the same category, forcing a single designation for an inconveniently disparate range of humans. Further complicating matters is that many Africans now living here are not Black. White people from, for example, South Africa or Tanzania might also legitimately call themselves African American. As for the community that Mamdani grew up in, it dates back to at least the 19th century when South Asians were brought to Uganda to work as servants for British colonizers. Mississippi Masala, the movie for which Mamdani's mother, the filmmaker Mira Nair, is perhaps best known, tells the story of South Asian Ugandans expelled from the country in 1972 by the dictator Idi Amin. Feeling just as dislocated from the only home they had ever known as I would feel if expelled from the United States, they would be quite reasonable in viewing themselves as African Americans after settling here. A term that is meant to be descriptive, but that can refer to Cedric the Entertainer, Trevor Noah, Elon Musk, and Zohran Mamdani is a little silly. That is silly. And not just silly, but chilly. African American sounds like something on a form or something vaguely euphemistic, as if you're trying to avoid saying something out loud. It feels less like a term for the vibrant, nuanced bustle of being a human than like 7 chalky syllables bureaucratically impervious to abbreviation. Italian Americans call themselves Italian for short. Asian Americans are Asian. But for any number of reasons, it's hard to imagine a great many Black Americans opting to call themselves simply African. To the extent that African American was designed to change perceptions of what Black means, it hasn't worked. The grand old euphemism treadmill has done it in. Again and again, we create new terms, hoping to get past negative associations with old ones, such as homeless for bum. But after a while, the negative association settled like a cloud of gnats on the new term as well. Excuse me, y'all. But after a while, the negative association settled like a cloud of gnats on the new term as well. And then it's time to find a further euphemism. With no hesitation, I predict that unhoused person will need replacement in about 2030. At an earlier point in its life cycle, quote, African American could at least be argued to have an air of pride and lineage free of any historical association with inferiority. Back in the day, you could imagine it sung to the same melody as Alexander Hamilton's name is in the opening song to the musical about him. Alexander Hamilton, African American. But these days, African American and Black strike the same note. In 2020, when a Black man in Central Park asked a white woman to leash her dog, she dialed 911, warning him, I'm going to tell them that there's an African American man threatening my life. There was nothing euphemistic in the way she used that term. But all along, we've had a perfectly good word to describe Black people. Black. We should just use that. Black power, yeah, but African American power? Do we imagine Lorraine Hansberry and Nina Simone explaining how it feels to be young, gifted, and African American? And would we want to? Let Mamdani and other people of all shades born in Africa or about a generation past it call themselves African Americans. But here, over centuries, descendants of African slaves have become something else. And proudly, I hope. In American parlance, we are Black and proud. And you knew it was coming. Say it loud. Black is beautiful. Yes, truly. African American isn't. Interesting. That's an interesting article. I don't know if I agree with the Black and proud. I don't agree with the Black and proud. I don't agree with that Black and proud at all. But that's how it is, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? And that's why the movement that we are in. Yeah, that just came. Yeah, it just came out. But it's like, at least what we can be grateful for and thankful for is that people are really beginning to catch on, and they're beginning to really realize that this term it's not appropriate. And even back then, like I used to show y'all documents from my particular ancestors, you know what I'm saying, who were against the word Negro and wanted to continue to fight until that word was dispensed with. There were a lot of words that were used and a lot of terms that were used to describe our fucking people that we did not agree with. You know what I'm saying? But this is more so a forced assimilation type of situation where we were forced to be Black, forced to be, you know what I'm saying, these things that we don't view ourselves in. So give me 1 second, because I love to show this this little short right here. And I'm going to show it again because we need to keep on making shit clear about that term Black, these terms African American. These terms do not appropriately fit who we are as a people. But yet we've taken these terms as, in pride and an endearment type of situation state where we've been okay with this. And it's a problem. So hold up. Let me pull it up. It's a Dane Calloway short. Where is that? Y'all know which one I'm talking about. All right, so I found it. I'm going to just pull it up on the screen right here.
To call a person of color like myself or others Black was considered derogatory. That's just a fact. You know, you call somebody Black, those were fighting words. When I was growing up, to call a person of color like myself or others Black was considered derogatory. That's just a fact. You know, you call somebody black, those were fighting words. Those were fighting words.
Period. Fighting words, fighting words, fighting words. And it needs to be re-emphasized every single time that when we sit up here, we use these terms. I don't think we realizing how much of a type of status or situation we are putting ourselves in by referring ourselves constantly as things that do not apply to us as a people. It's weird. And, you know, we have to get to a point where we're willing to fight against these types of odds. You know what I'm saying? We have to fight against it. Like, for real. And I think black is such a term that we are so used to using, you know what I'm saying, that we can't seem to shake the chokehold of that word. And other words too, you know what I'm saying, that we use. So it's just crazy. Yeah, I found this article too. I thought that was this. I thought it was on the screen. I thought that was interesting too. You know what I'm saying? Because we continue to go into these things about DNA, about all these bones they claim they find it, and the bones and shit that they are finding, family, are not connecting back to these modern day Native American people that they swear was here. Child, please. And I think the conversation yesterday when I was on the SICE room, shout out to them, you know, the conversation about the Epstein files had came up, you know, and a lot of people on the panel was suggesting that they were, you know, trying to, what's the word? Remove, like they're just trying to hide it, you know, like certain information that they don't want coming out, that they hide it. And that, you know, I told him I felt like, yeah, because the information could be incriminating on both the Republicans and the Democrats and anybody in some type of high power. You know what I'm saying? Like this so-called list. Some people was arguing also that this list is not really a real list, different things like that. So in contrast to what we learned in history, I don't think it's that you know, it's not that far-fetched to believe that the same thing could be taking place with our history, that as we get it, things are being omitted, you know, and things are being put out to put a certain narrative out there versus you know, versus the whole truth and nothing but the truth. You know, if it's something that could be historically game-changing in any way, you know what I'm saying, they'll remove that shit from the record. Because if they wasn't calling us Africans in these 1800s and all that, it's interesting that they could go back and write in African, write in all of this shit when that wasn't the case. Those were not the terms used back then. So why are you taking away the authenticity of the documentation? Because they know already. Because they know what we do if we found out the truth. I'm not gonna lie, sis. I like black, even though it's muddy waters. I feel like of our history will be erased with the misclassification. How come these foreigners are the only ones finding everything? That's a great question. Sachi said black is a bigger problem because people will let go of AA easy, but they gonna fight to death about black. Damn straight they is. It says niggas can have all DNA haplogroups, so DNA out the window. What's the phenotype and skull measurements? Those don't change. DNA updates. So this ain't long, so we can read this real quick. It says ancient DNA reveals mysterious group of humans in Colombia with no genetic ties to people today. The previously undocumented lineage of hunter-gatherers seems to have disappeared around 2,000 years ago. So I'm guessing those are the bones right there. This photograph. It says these skeletons of 2 hunter-gatherer individuals excavated in the Chiquihua archaeological site north of Bogota, Colombia, helped uncover the genetic details of the mysterious population. Scientists have found genetic evidence of an ancient group of people in Colombia with no modern day descendants. It's as if they simply vanished from the face of the earth. What's more, they're also not related, they're also not closely related to the ancient Native American populations that scientists had thought would be their ancestors. This is unexpected, Andre Luis Campelo dos Santos, an archaeologist from Florida Atlantic University who did not participate in the research, tells Aditi Ramakrishnan at the Associated Press. Up to this point, we didn't believe there was any other lineage that would appear in South America. An international team of researchers described the discovery in a study published in May in the journal Science Advances. They analyzed DNA from the bones and teeth of 21 individuals found at 5 archaeological sites in the Altiplano, the high plains around Bogota, dating between 500 and 6,000 years ago. The analysis represents Colombia's first ancient human genomes ever to be published. Excuse me, y'all. 7 of the individuals belong to the mysterious population, a previously undocumented lineage of people. These were the oldest remains analyzed in the study, and they were unearthed at the Chiqua excavation site north of Bogota at an elevation of about 1.86 miles. While this group was present 6,000 years ago, they had disappeared by 4,000 years later. These hunter-gatherers do not carry differential affinity to ancient North American groups, nor contribute genetically to ancient or present-day South American populations. The researchers explained in the study, by 2,000 years ago, the local genetic ancestry is replaced by populations from Central America. These new findings raise questions as to where they came from and why they disappeared. Now they disappear, right? Co-author of this study and a researcher at the National University of Colombia's Genetic Institute tells CNA Jack Sky. The first people to reach the Americas came from Siberia via the land bridge at least 15,000 years ago, though some studies suggest they crossed thousands of years earlier. These people split up into Northern Native American lineage and a Southern Native American lineage. Populations belonging to the latter group would eventually settle in Central and South America, as reported by Popular Mechanics, Elizabeth Rain. Though scientists don't know the exact timeline, a paleontological site in Chile, however, suggests people first arrived in South America at least 14,500 years ago. The small Chekwa population examined in the study derived from the first migration wave to the first migration wave to reach South America, which passed through Colombia before populating the rest of the continent. But to the researchers' surprise, their genes were seemingly not passed on. That means in the area of Bogota, there was a complete exchange of the population. Hold up, y'all. Hold up, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold up, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold up. Hold up, y'all. Give me 1 second. It's raining outside. Damn. So anyway, bloop. Talking about somebody obsessed with Africans. Bitch, ain't nobody obsessed with y'all. I'm obsessed with telling my people we ain't Africans. That's the difference. These motherfucking people on Threads gonna start playing with me. Cause bitch, if I ever saw you in person, never mind. Shh, 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 shh. Anyway, the small Checkasaw population examined in the study derived from the first migration wave to reach South America, which passed through Colombia before populating the rest of the continent. But to the researchers' surprise, their genes were not seemingly passed on. That means in the area around Bogota, there was a complete exchange of the population. Kim Louise Catrec, first author of the study of an archaeologist at the Sickenberg Center for Human Evolution and Paleoenvironment at the University of Tübingen in Germany, says in a statement, archaeologists speculate that Chekwa population could have disappeared due to environmental changes or been replaced by other groups. They might have also just mixed into other local populations. To the point that their unique DNA was diluted out of a gene pool. Either way, the Altiplano populations looked very different by 2,000 years ago, when people from Central America had replaced the Chekwa population, bringing ceramics technology and likely also the Chipchan languages into their present-day Colombia. In fact, Altiplano individuals from less than 2,000 years ago were found to have a greater genetic ties to the Chipchan speakers from Panama than to indigenous Colombians. The genetic disappearance of the Chekwa people is unusual for South America, where researchers have found regions with strong genetic continuity, according to the statement. Colombia is a key region for understanding the peopling of South America, but until now, it has been a blank spot in ancient DNA studies of the Americas. Christina Warner, an anthropologist from Harvard University, who was not involved in the study, explains, this study highlights the deep history of population migration and mixing in the formation of today's populations, and points to Central America as a key region that influenced the developmental complex of societies in both North and South America. So I thought that was really interesting. Like off the break, any type of bones or DNA that they find out this bitch, they automatically fucking try to relate it to those so-called so-called Native Americans. Child, they ain't got not a near bone, not a near, not a nothing on this continent. Nothing. But this Siberian claim too is really fraudulent. Like they need to prove that. They really do. They really do. People want, it's sick to me too. So I put the link in the chat if anybody want to come up. So I'd love to have some people come up if you guys have a little time. If not, I'm pretty much done. I mean, there is a couple other things, but I kind of wanted to wait to pull it back out, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, because it's a lot of stuff that I'm ready to pull out, but I'm just trying to wait patiently, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a time and place for everything. And, there's some information I want to kind of hold on to until it's time for me to, gather it up, really go through it and do my due diligence on it. So hold up. Let me see here. What's that? And I noticed too, and I was showing this the other day. See, oh, hold up. I thought it was on the stage. And I was showing this the other day of an ancestor in my family line. That's his name. He was a civil rights activist and he was a lawyer in Omaha, Nebraska. And, I found out he was connected to me because my 5th great grandfather that I always talk to y'all about is his father. And, which makes him the siblings of my 4th great grandfather. And, it's interesting though, because they did a lot in history, like it says it right here that he was born in Luray, Virginia in the Shenandoah Valley in 1882 to a Civil War veteran. That's my great grandfather, Charles Travis Pinkett, of Indian and Black ancestry. And it's crazy. It's like they have the Indian ancestry. They're aware of it. They know what's up with it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like they're always going to tag the Black onto it. They're always going to tag the Black onto it. And that's why I was saying I was having trouble with Columbia, because they're saying she's white. And on some censuses, it says she was white. But then it was a census I found with her on there. And 10 years later, she was mulatto. Who is this? This you, OTK? I don't think that's OTK. Okay, I had to make sure because I ain't used to you not having your thing on your thing on there. Hey, OTK.
What's happening? Yeah, this me.
Yeah, I see that because I'm like, ho, because I'm used to you not having your little logo up there. So yeah, I just wanted to I'm glad you pulled up for a second. Hi, Copper, Miss Parker. Hold up, what you got, Sachi? The 1866 bill. You want me to read that? You want to put that on the screen, Sachi? I can do that for you. Let me go into my phone now. I'm gonna have to pull your link from right there. It don't let me get shit in this damn thing, which I don't understand why. But hey, OTK, how you doing tonight?
I'm good, man. How you?
Shoot, I'm great. Just trying to, get through some things real quick and, just have a talk about these generational curses that's been plaguing us to this day that we can't seem to shake a foothold from, due to being misnomer, reclassified, and etc. And it's kind of getting tired. So, I just wanted to bring up some things like to just show like how they're measuring how we view ourselves. They're measuring how we identify, how much research we do on ourselves, like a lot of different things. And, I just kind of wanted to bring some of that out. So I just thought that it was a dope way of trying to kind of piece like the missing pieces of the puzzle together, and like why it's so important that what we're doing already, and it's already very important and very pivotal to breaking a lot of these generational curses by wanting to know about the past and trying to explore it so that we can get a better understanding of our situation now. So yeah, that's the type of time I was on.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So
yeah, I mean, it was a good read. It was definitely a good read. What's going on, sis? Dosi,
Hey,
how you?
Dosey.
Hey, you see, are you able to pull up what Sachi dropped in the chat? The
Yeah,
newspaper.
I just
What,
emailed it to myself, so I'm about to pull it up now.
which one? The first one with the newspaper article from Charleston?
I think they're both newspaper articles about the Negro Bill.
Okay, hold on. I was
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
grab
Okay.
one.
One of them from Charleston in 1823. And I told him thanks for that because he just gave me another source to go along with. I found something like that, but I didn't find it in a newspaper article. So appreciate that, Sachi. I love to have source upon source.
Okay, let me
Where
add it to the screen real quick. Okay. Let me see. It says Thursday morning, February 1st, 1866, a bill concerning Negroes, Indians, and persons of color or of mixed blood. Section 1, being enacted by the General Assembly of the State of North Carolina, and it is hereby enacted by the authority of the same as follows. Every person shall be deemed a Negro or person of color or person of mixed blood who may be descended from Negro ancestors of the fourth generation inclusive, and every person shall be deemed an Indian or person of color or person of mixed blood who may be descended from Indian ancestors to the fourth generation inclusive, though in each case one ancestor of each generation may have been a white person, and no other person of mixed blood shall be deemed such Negro, Indian, person of color, or persons of mixed blood, and the mode of ascertaining the generations of persons of mixed blood shall be to count their original ancestors as their first generation. Be it further enacted in all indictments, judicial process, and proceedings where it may be necessary to describe any person as a Negro or Indian or person of mixed blood, it shall be sufficient if such person be described as a person of color. And in this act and in all other enactments of this or any future General Assembly, the expression person of color shall be deemed to mean and include any person who may be a Negro or Indian or a person of mixed blood descended from a Negro or an Indian within the generations aforesaid. Yeah, and I think that's shit. I ain't got to count, y'all. I was gonna try see if I can get the whole thing in there, but I think that's very telling, and I think that's very true, and I think that did go on to apply. That went on to apply because that's all up and down my ancestors' records. Colored. Some is a mulatto on there, you know, but it's a lot of that colored for sure. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up. Is that the same one, Sachi? The two links, is that of the same nature? So y'all want to build on this?
I mean, I think you said it absolutely correct. We know that this was going on where they're just lumping all groups of people under just person of color, Negro. And not only that, like there's so many records where you can tell it's edited, they gone back in time and it's like black when there shouldn't even be black on records.
Shit, they done went as far as African American on some of that shit. I see these motherfuckers.
Right.
These motherfuckers done gone too, excuse my language. These MFs done gone too far. They done gone too far. Let me email something to myself that I want to pull up on the screen real quick, because it goes to show what they do. You know what I'm saying? As far as ancestry and all that other stuff, they just make assumptions and they do what they want to do. So let me see if I could shout out to Sachi. That's fire.
This is New Bern. This is in New Bern, North Carolina. Right here.
Peace.
Hey, Landy.
Hey, peace, family.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
Hey,
I can
crazy,
hardly
Dosi,
hear.
Remember in 1740,
Keith Landy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember,
You can hear it all?
Dosi.
Hey, Landy. Landy said she had to wear heels to surgery, y'all.
What? You funny.
I said, no, Landy, are you serious? She was like, yeah, no joke, OTK.
So we could look at this real. Oh, Landy. Oh, she could probably gonna pull back up. So we could look at this ancestry document right here, and you can see right here it got the races colored, but they didn't put black in parentheses. And then when we look at whether or not this person being born on May 30th, 1858, they're born free. Born free. So you're not just born free unless your family was free. So
Sachi, where the other link at? Drop the other link, Sachi.
yeah, drop it again.
Is that the first one, Sachi? The first one was Free People of Color. Yeah. That's the one I told you I already got a source of. I didn't have this one right here in New Bern, North Carolina, though. I didn't see that one. That's a good one right there too, because one thing we realized, man, here in South Carolina, whatever Virginia, North Carolina do, like on that coastline, we follow suit. So does Georgia on that coastline. So it's like a lot of our laws are the same. A lot of our laws are the same.
Yep. And a lot of them transcended as well. You know, like the same with miscegenation laws, all these laws, you know, even how people identify stuff, all of that shit, it happened in one place and then it started to make its way to other places. Because I think the same problems was occurring everywhere. And they want to keep telling people who the hell they are. Cut the cap. Ain't nobody rocking like that. We not having that shit.
Right. Like, just like we know that there was a Negro, it was a Negro bill or law that was in Virginia before it came to South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Charleston at that. Let me make that clear. That was in Charleston. That wasn't the whole Carolina at the time. And that's another thing too. We got to understand that when we talking about these colonies, we are not talking about the size of a state that it is now. When these colonies was talking, they're talking about little piece. Remember, you had to have these acts that started getting put in place for them to start going westward toward the Appalachians in the South. That didn't happen till later. And that's when they came out with these laws like no Indian can sell his land just to anybody and all kind of stuff like that. And you know, it's crazy work. Crazy work, sis. It's a bunch of stuff out there. It's so much out there, information wise.
Yep.
That's why it's hard to speak in definites when we're talking about American history. I mean, we can speak in definite as far as this could have been happening, but then we got to also be careful because some of this shit didn't happen in other places. And that's what I learned about American history. Like some things didn't happen until like the 1800s in some places. You know what I mean? Late 1700s. When shit was happening over here, like 1500s on the East Coast, 1600s. Also in California. California is one area that I see in those Pacific Islands. I see that they was hitting there around the 1600s to around that area. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's crazy work. Crazy work.
And that's why it's really interesting to me, how this stuff be happening. And we can't really, a lot of us have a hard time pinpointing it because people want to keep talking about this and that shit that really don't even matter in terms of identity. But it they'll put so much focus on, it said African right there. It said, what is a Negro? Just stupid stuff.
They saying the internet kicked them.
What?
Landy and Dosey said the internet kicked them, yo.
How the hell that happened? All right, I'll put the link back in there. I ain't kicked
Yeah,
nobody.
Sachi, the newspaper is deadly. Deadly
Yeah, that
word.
newspaper is a killer. See,
Because
and like
it specifically states in a place, a time, date, all that. You know what I mean? Go ahead, sis.
now I'm saying it's a killer because it definitely was hitting on some stuff. I think some stuff that I was saying, you know, like a lot of different things about, you know, some of these white people that pop up and some about, not all of us, but some of our genealogy and things like that. Like the shit makes a lot of sense. And like I said, like having one white grandparent or something, or half white grandparent, whatever that shit is, it don't define anything. It don't define anything. It don't take away from the natural stock of who you are.
Not a damn thing. Not a. Oh, I forgot. I got the article.
Especially if they married the person of Indian descent, which that is in my case. So I just do find. Let me. I want to pull something up too. Give me 1 second. In the meantime, OTK, if you want to pull up what you got, go ahead.
This that other thing that Sachi has sent right here. It's in
Oh, good. Pull it
see
up. I'm on another page. Can you pull it up?
I can't. They wouldn't let me. I don't know what's going on.
What?
Yeah. Because I logged in a different way.
Oh, okay. I see. All right, because that joint's small as hell.
Hold on, I got you.
So I'm trying to pull something else up on my end. Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, hold up. In a general, I just want to pull something up. In a general dictionary of
Sachi. This was Sachi had right here, y'all. What Sachi pulled up.
Sciences.
What was the name of it? What are free people of color? August 27, 1823. It's Charleston Mercury, Charleston, South Carolina. 1823. We know South Carolina was being ruled up underneath what they would call Negro or color rule, man, into the war, into Reconstruction, yo.
See if I could pull this up real quick. Hold up. I'm gonna read that. Give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry, y'all, because I'm looking for something in particular.
No, you good, sis. You gotta read it. We put it up there. They can screenshot it, take it. You know what I mean? This show.
For sure.
And see, that's crazy. See what I just told you, just like the DMV. Soon as they go out of South Carolina, they come right into Baltimore over here. The feet of pirates. You know what I'm saying? Like the first pirates was up top first. We know that. But this let you know that Carolina and the DMV, dog, was connected. That's why when I first heard Jeremiah talk, I was like, damn, boy, that nigga got a Geechee ass accent, boy. Word. Like that nigga there, boy. I had to ask him, damn, dog, you from South Carolina? He was like, nah, from B-More. I was like, oh shit. Thought he was from the island somewhere out there.
Nah, hell nah, that's a straight up to you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, man, you got that same dialect. You got that same damn type of dialect. It's certain words that he be saying, man, that we say too.
Let's see. I got this page 370. Let me see. I'm gonna have to zoom in some more.
Hell yeah, Captain Crunch shit be contradicting as a motherfucker, man. That's why we just read it with discernment. With discernment, man, and you know what I mean? Take what the hell you can take out of shit, man, and keep it moving.
Damn, he said the book cost $650.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's how you know that shit hiding something.
$650 that's a lot of money for a damn book.
Yeah.
I still can't see them little ass words.
Oh, you talk. Oh. Oh shit. You crazy.
Oh. Okay, that's not the right one.
You need glasses. Oh, you talk about on your source. Yeah, for real, Captain Crunch. Yeah, man. For real. We just gotta stay coherent, man, and about like everything that we read. Well, you know, we not saying we agree with it or disagree with it, but we reading it so we learn together, and then we want people's opinion, like what you get out of it. That's how we come to some kind of consensus. You know what I mean? And I think that's the best way. And it's crazy. This shit talking about Rutledge. These Rutledge and the Pinckneys was some of the ones who was like the first lawyers of Carolina, and family members that in fact married into the same family line later on down the line. And what's crazy is that they some of the family members end up staying like close ties to each other.
Nah,
They was
for
like
real.
in the cavalry too, yeah.
Okay, let me see something.
You ever heard of the Sundry Moors Act? Sis?
I've heard that come up in conversations around here.
Yeah, okay. So it was like the Sundry Moors petition led to the Sundry Moors Act. So a family member, Pinckney, and the other family member, Rutledge, was the two lawyers. So it was two men and their wives. The treaty that was of hand already was that anybody who got caught a prisoner of war was to be sent back to the Sultan of Morocco.
Mm.
Well, these four people thought they was getting sent back to Morocco, but they ended up getting caught up inside the slave trade
Mm.
In South Carolina. So they did their servitude. Got out of their servitude.
Little mic going in and out.
They filed a lawsuit. So this is where the Sundry Moroccan Empire was over there. The Sultan was over there.
It's crazy. I was just watching something about their ass, the Moors, and what they be going through, trying to
Hey, Dosey, you back?
Let me see if I can find a PDF version of the jump. I don't know what's wrong with she was back. Damn, everybody shit fucking up. My shit must be kicking their ass out. Hold up, y'all, because I was trying to look for something too that I just had the giant, but I don't know where it went. So hang on, y'all. Just bear with me for 1 second. I hope y'all enjoying the build so far. You know, I'm like I said, I ain't here to hold y'all long, because I kind of wanted to read. You know, I have a book, but you know, like the book also provides the source, so I want to be able to pull the source up. And oh, it's YouTube. Because I'm about to say, I know I ain't kicking nobody out of my builds. Yeah, getting into some things today. we just gonna get into a few things. That's it. We ain't here to motherfucking. I mean, we ain't here to play with y'all. We just here to, present the things that we see, and the chat, like me and OTK always say, is just as intelligent. So we know the chat picking up what we putting down. I'm just trying to find a PDF version of it because I can't seem to find one. And it's kind of blowing me a little bit. Okay. That's the name. Glasgow, Black and others.
You check Internet Archive.
Yeah, but it's not pulling up the section I wanted to pull up. It's like it's not when I type in keywords, it's not pulling it up. So I'm not sure if that's the right one or not. But they said it should be on Google Books, but Google Books didn't pull up. Let me see. Google. Sorry, y'all, because I know I should have already had a lot of this.
Shout out to them people in California who part of that $314 million lawsuit against Google. Taking data and shit, man. That shit about to go worldwide on the Android. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Android users,
Oh, for real?
Yeah. 314 million. In California now, the federal judicial system now caught hold to it. So now they're going across the whole United States. So anybody who got an Android, your app's been running, phone going dead, and all kind of people calling you from scam likely, and you ain't give these people your number. I'm gonna get more information on it. To bring more, I'm waiting. I'm actually supposed to be meeting with the dude from Silicon Valley and stuff like that Saturday. And that's crazy that you brought up that article about Jesse Jackson, sis. Because I'm meeting his son Saturday. You know what I mean?
Oh, nice. So yeah, it's time to get down to some nitty gritty of some things. Because these people are out here spreading a false notion and narrative about who the people is, and it's getting tiring. We gotta be able to decipher this stuff. Shoot, Jesse Jackson old as hell now. I guess his son trying to take the ranks.
Yeah, his son is a congressman though. So Jesse ain't never been no congressman. Jesse ain't never been an ordained pastor. He never was ordained. Let's get that right.
He came to my high school a long time ago. Well, that was about 17 years ago, y'all. Woo, child. I can't believe I'm saying that myself.
So I'm gonna film it, man. I hope to have a conversation. But I am gonna have a conversation with his son because I'm part of it. So nothing goes down in Goose Creek without me, especially on this type of magnitude, on this type of level. You know what I mean? So I'm sure gonna ask him like, what you think made your father come up and coin this African American term? I'm gonna ask him because he got to see the effects of that now, knowing damn well his people them most likely was American Indians out that Midwest.
Yeah. And then for him to say that's putting us in our proper context. No, you took us out of our proper context. Like, that didn't make anything better for us. It made shit worse. And then it historically misplaced us.
Right. Now, if you ask me, sis, I don't know how you feel about this, but I don't think that it was meant to fuck us in the end. But I think it was a way of trying to say, look at the greatness of what we've done here. Like, we are different people now. You know what I mean? Even to say, look, yeah, bitches, we came from fucking slavery and now look at us. But that slave narrative is wicked.
Yep.
You know what I mean? When it comes down to that transatlantic slave trade, and that shit is wicked. So I wonder what you think about that. You think that when he first came out with it, that it was that he known it would have had this effect on us today, like the effect that it got on us today?
I mean, allegedly, you know, he ain't always been on the right side of what is best for our people, you know. So I can't really say whether or not he knew. I mean, there's no way that he would have known the future implications per se, but he might have had an idea of those implications and what they could have done. You know, I mean, I just don't like the term to begin with anyway, so I'm always going to be a little bit biased towards Mr. Jackson. You know, I just think that, I mean, he probably didn't think that was going to have an impact on us this way, and that, you know, it would still bring people to a state of confusion about who they are. Probably didn't think so.
And that shit came out in the height of the "We Black and We Proud" and the medallions and the goddamn fist with the pick in it, and you know what I mean? The daishiki. What do you think, Dozy? What do you think, Dozy?
Wait, I didn't hear the whole thing about who?
About Jesse Jackson when he coined the term African American. Do you think that he was really trying to like saying like, look at our greatness, bitch? Y'all say we come from slaves, but look at our greatness, bitch. We built this country. We did this and right there. Or
no, I think it's agenda wise. I think you can follow the money. I think he had an agenda. You can follow the money.
Okay, all right. So now, what would his agenda be? No, right, Sachi. When I know he got American Indian lineage, so what would the agenda be for him to say African American at that time to coin that?
It was a plan, just like how African descendancy or descendants of Africans have been added and revised into documentation and into the 1800s. It's just a way of continuing that to be like, hey, you are Africans. You're not Indians or anything like that. Even when they know that they're Indians, they teach African because they get paid. They don't get paid to tell the truth. They get paid to keep the agenda going.
But see, we talking about an era when they was telling us everybody come from Africa. That's all they thought. This was the time pyramids was being discovered. These people was looking like us. And you know what I mean? People was tying themselves back to greatness from Africa and all of this. All of this is going on at the time. In the 80s. You know what I'm saying? When he coined that.
And I understand that, but I don't think it's like something that is lost upon them. Like he would have been like a lot of our parents and our grandparents were that were getting the story originally. They just told both. They just told all the stories that they do. They're like, oh, I don't really know African, but we could be African type of thing as far as like going down and teaching the history. That's when it's more genuine. When you're like, okay, I'm willing to teach both. But when you have someone like Jesse Jackson, like Leonard Jeffries, like even the other people that are top scholars in the community, and their family is saying about this American history, and they're negating it all together. It's because they're not getting paid to tell the truth. They're not getting paid to delve into history. They were literally getting paid for African studies.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, because that's what they was there for. That's what they was teaching. We didn't have African studies or no fucking college or no nothing like that you can go to in the South. no community college where you got black teachers who teaching you African shit. No, you had the church. So a lot of these people come out of the church. They're abolitionists and they came out of the church. They Masons, abolitionists, you know what I mean, pastors, all of these things, and they come out of the church. So during this time, you got to understand, he's coming out of this church shit too, where the church said, you know what I mean, they was trying to correlate themselves with the Bible and the people over there, you know what I mean, at the same time. So that's why I say, for him to have an
And a lot of the church people, they sold out. I mean, a lot of the reverends, they sold out.
Of course they did. I mean, they sold out once they took the oath in college, in seminary school. Once they was taught that they can only teach the certain things out the Bible, they sold out right there, sis. A pastor only can teach certain things out of the Bible. They cannot teach the whole Bible.
Right.
Go ahead, sis. What's this right here? Oh, the abolition.
Yeah, I thought this little C-SPAN thing is from 2011. I just thought it was like interesting, hitting on some interesting key little points and stuff like that. It's just a couple things I want to highlight. I'm not gonna let it play too long.
Across the country.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let it play too long at all, actually.
Rochester Institute of Technology teaches a history course on American slavery and freedom. His class details the struggle for Black freedom against a long history of oppression. In today's class, Mr. Newman focuses on the topic of Black founders and Black abolitionism.
Okay, folks, let's get started.
This program is an hour, 20 minutes.
Last time we were talking about slavery, freedom, abolition, and the American Revolutionary era, and we were pushing into the 1780s, 1790s. We were talking about the founding fathers, some of the things that they did to attack slavery, some of the things that they didn't do to attack slavery. And so we talked about the way that the revolution left slavery very much alive, but it also undercut much of its legitimacy. And we ended last class by talking about the importance of the next group that we were going to discuss, and that's the group that we're going to examine today, Black founders. So if you look up on the PowerPoint here at the head of the class, I've got a title for you, which will sound kind of familiar since we just had Martin Luther King Day earlier on in the week, and we're living in the home of the great Frederick Douglass. The idea that there is this thing called an American dream that relates specifically to African-American equality is not really earth-shattering news these days. But I think it's really important to go back to the era that we're studying and emphasize the way in which these early Black leaders, people growing up in the 1770s, 1780s, 1790s, the early 19th century, well before Frederick Douglass, well before Martin Luther King, tried to put this idea of a Black American freedom dream on the nation's radar. So what I want to talk about today for a little bit is this notion of a Black founding generation, why it's important, how we might define it, and why the Black founding generation sets up a foundation for subsequent activists to do their thing. We're going to have a little lecture, then we'll talk about the documents that you all read for today's class, then we'll come back to a little mini lecture, and we'll wrap up by looking forward to the radical abolitionist movement that debuts after the Black founding generation passes. That's the group that comes on the scene in the 1830s, 40s, and 50s and revolves around people that you might be familiar with, folks like William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, and a whole cast of characters that lead us into the Civil War. So let's talk about Black founders and African-American freedom dreams. And I guess you could say, if we're going to start with this topic, we should start with the man that we celebrated on Monday, Martin Luther King Jr., who in 1963 gave one of the most rousing speeches in civil rights history in Washington when he talked about this great dream that he had about one day everyone living equally and peacefully in American society. And a lot of scholars have pointed out that this wasn't the only time that Martin Luther King used this dream imagery. As a matter of fact, he used similar imagery in speeches in Detroit and in other places. So he wasn't just riffing off the top of his head. He was speaking about something that was very near and dear to his heart. And he was probably borrowing in some way, shape, or form from Rochester's own Frederick Douglass. So if we're talking about African-American freedom dreamers, we have to talk about Frederick Douglass, who moved here in 1847, published several abolitionist newspapers from his base in Rochester right through the Civil War until he moved to Washington, D.C. after the Civil War. He's one of the most famous reformers and orators of the 19th century. And this image is really powerful because it's from the 1840s when Douglass was young, commanding, just making his way on the abolitionist circuit. And most importantly, in this image, you get a sense of the kind of bristling manliness that accompanied Douglass wherever he went. His hands are curled here, ready to strike out at people who disagree with him. Now, at this point, Douglass was a nonviolent activist, to be sure, but he self-published this image to make clear to anyone who saw him that he was deadly serious about the African-American freedom dream. And a lot of white printers were uncomfortable with this. And as a matter of fact, a few people cropped out the images of his fists in their publications because they didn't like its suggested militancy. The picture on the side of the Douglass image comes from Mount Hope Cemetery. You know, people from around the world come to Rochester to visit Douglass's grave at Mount Hope Cemetery. And if you go there on any day, even in the winter, you will find flowers or notes. And the day that I went there to snap this picture, someone had planted a flag, an American flag, in the midst of Frederick Douglass's grave. Again, a reminder that the dreams that we think are partly fulfilled today about black equality were built on the visions of people who lived years and years before. So, as I've said, you don't really need to go beyond Douglass and Martin Luther King and people like W.E.B. Du Bois, maybe Fannie Lou Hamer, if you think about it. All these people who are sort of well-known in the study of civil rights, if you want to understand the black struggle for equality or early civil rights movements. But to really get a sense of how deep the struggle went in American society, you have to begin with the starting of the American nation, that theme that we've been meditating on. What is the American nation dedicated to? Is it a proposition? Is it a nation defined by geographical borders? Is it some sort of idealistic notion? It's probably all of those things. But for African Americans in the 1770s, 1780s, and 1790s, it's a radical expression of human equality. And so the idea that a civil rights movement, an abolitionist movement aimed at slavery, would follow from American revolutionary rhetoric was something that African Americans took for granted in a way. They decided that the language that was put in the Declaration of Independence applied to their very lives, their bodies, their futures, their visions. And many people actually thought that the Declaration of Independence, the notion that everyone was created equal, transcended the American nation. At the end of his life, as you'll see, when Richard Allen, who you're reading about right now, got really upset with the intensification of American race prejudice, he flirted with several overseas immigration schemes, and one immigration scheme that would have taken African Americans to British Canada. And he said the Declaration of Independence would probably have more meaning in a place like British Canada, which had started to get rid of slavery, than in the United States, which in the 1830s, as Allen reached the end of his life, still held on to bondage with all of its might. Even though it was drained out of the North, it was growing in the South and the Southwest. And so Allen said, I'm not going to let the American nation spoil these wonderful ideas enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. I'm going to take the Declaration of Independence with me to Canada. So again, the main theme that we're going to be meditating on here is that a black civil rights movement, an abolitionist movement aimed against the institution of slavery, takes root as soon as the country takes shape. It's not something that is delayed in coming. It's right there as soon as we start talking about the Revolution, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution. So if you forget everything else during this little mini lecture about black founders, think to yourself, they're there during the time of Thomas Jefferson, they're there during the time of George Washington, they're there during the time of James Madison, and they're trying to create a more perfect union. So let's talk a little bit about what they're trying to do. And you'll see here that I've got an image from a Philadelphia newspaper. Briefly alluded to this last time. This is from 1781. Pennsylvania had passed the world's first gradual abolition law in 1780, and already in 1781, conservatives in this key northern state of Pennsylvania tried to create some sort of anti-abolitionist backlash. In other words, they wanted to push the abolition law back into the hole from which it came. And African Americans were really worried about this, and one person published a newspaper article that appeared in the Philadelphia Freeman's Journal, 1781. Great quote here. We, this person, tried to inform white legislators' dread of being deprived of that liberty which we have recently obtained. If you're going to take freedom away from us now, then we're going to have to fight back and fight for it with all of our might. And I think this becomes a keynote for the entire Black founding generation. So let's do a little Black Founders 101, see who these people were, what they stood for, why their activism still commands attention all these years later. So when we're talking about Black founders, the first reason that we can define them as founders is that they build things. They're community builders in all of these areas that are starting to see African Americans get out of slavery and attain freedom. So let's go back to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania had sanctioned slavery for several decades, and then during the Revolution, several enslaved people run away, get their freedom. The British occupy Philadelphia during the late 1770s, and so slavery really takes a hit in the city of brotherly love and in the Quaker state. And then when the state of Pennsylvania passes that gradual abolition law, it encourages people to either come to Pennsylvania to try to get their freedom or to make a free life, or it really challenges masters in ways that they didn't anticipate. As a matter of fact, even though it was a gradual abolition law that wouldn't have liberated people born after 1780 until they reached the age of 28, slaves start running away to pressure their masters to liberate them sooner. So in the 1780s and in the 1790s, you see African Americans running from a rural area of Pennsylvania to Philadelphia, and when their masters track them down, they get in this argument, and their masters say, look, what will it take for you to stop running away? And an enslaved person will say, well, I'd like my freedom. And they go through this little bargaining process. Well, I'm not going to give you your freedom now. Well, how about in, let's say, 5 to 7 or 9 years, which would be an indentured contract. And after they hash out the details, they sign a document. You've converted, as an enslaved person, bondage for life into indentured servitude. And so already by the 1790s, we have a sizable free Black population taking shape in Philadelphia. Somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 by the time of the early 1790s. And African Americans in the city of brotherly love start to create what are known as independent or autonomous institutions to help them navigate the rough waters of freedom. These institutions would include Black churches, self-help societies, insurance organizations, later on reading groups and libraries and educational societies. There are Masonic lodges, other types of associations. By the early 1800s, you have burial societies, which will help people fund the cost of burying their loved ones, which of course is very important for people of African descent. The idea that you have to send people off with a proper burial is absolutely central in the African and African American tradition. And so free Black associations, community leaders, churches try to help out by creating burial societies and other groups that will in some way create a fund that less fortunate people can draw from. So you see, from Philadelphia, you get this idea. If you're going to survive the transition from slavery to freedom, you got to do it by creating autonomous organizations. Now think about it. This makes sense in another way because you are going to be instilling in people things like pride in independence. Some of these groups start to meditate on the meaning of Black and African identity. So, for example, Richard Allen's Free Black Church is, as you know from reading the biography of him, an African Methodist Episcopal church. So you see the rise of African churches in the 1780s, 1790s, and early 1800s, where people of color.
Yes.
What you think about that shit?
That's the truth.
Because you
That's what I've
always
been
think
kicking.
about.
That's what I've been kicking since day one. Like Richard Allen and this MP church, what was Methodist. After him, your boy Paul Cuffey, Absolute Jones, all of them been rolling now. You know what I mean? Richard Allen is a Mason. He was a Mason treasurer before he even became the owner of the church. He so-called bought himself out of slavery, bought his brother out of slavery, his wife out of slavery, and they started their church in an anvil shop, a blacksmith shop. That's why the symbol for the AME is a damn anvil and a blacksmith. You know, I know all about that. I get deep into that AME. I got shit that people don't have because you got to go through training and shit like that in order to get some of the books I have on them. But yeah, that's why I kept telling everybody, though, you went in the AME as an Indian, you're not a damn African.
Yep. That's why I paused it, because I said, ho. He said something key right there. I said, so we need to blame Richard Allen for this African identity crap.
But the crazy shit is, they don't teach nothing African. Hold on. They used to do the little Kwanzaa thing, but now they don't do that no more. So all this African garment that the AME say is African, the AME come up with all these garments. The church did. From what I know, these ain't African garments. Right, original one. It wasn't no African church. That African, nobody was calling themselves no African. It was Methodist. Methodist Episcopal.
Even though she could.
Let me see if I can find one of these AME garments real quick. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, that's why I knew, like, you know, like that shit about Richard Allen coming up. He ain't even gone all the way into his lecture. But that's why, you know, we want to really get into this and how, you know, like I said, like I say, eat the meat, spit the bones. You know, you don't gotta take everything that's in this election for face value. But, you know, I think some of the key things that was said is that, you know, we were here as the fucking nation took shape. We were a part of this nation taking shape, and we were a part of a lot of things that took place to make this place what it is. And I think that that's the biggest thing that needs to be truly acknowledged. I mean, I don't like him using African American, but this is 2011. So they definitely going to be using a lot of that African American rhetoric talk.
Are organizing their religious life. They're organizing in these churches their political life. They're independent. They're free from the prying eyes of white figures. And they can talk about things without having any sort of concern about offending people's racial sensibilities. So having free or autonomous space for African Americans is vital as you move from slavery to freedom. And it's not just in Philadelphia that you see this. New York City passes an abolition law in 1799. And between 1799 and the 1830s, you have a massive rise in the free black population in New York City. By the 1830s, hovers somewhere between 10 and 13,000. And again, in New York City, you see a replication of that which you saw in Philadelphia and other locales, the creation of these free black institutions, libraries, self-help societies, free black churches, or at least autonomous black churches, insurance organizations. Newport, you see the Free African Union Society created at the very end of the Revolution. In Boston, Prince Hall starts the first Black Masonic Lodge. During the American Revolution, he has to get a sanction for this lodge from, of all nations, the British, because Americans will not sanction a free and independent Black Masonic Lodge. So Prince Hall, even though he served revolutionary forces, may have served in the revolution, actually wrote to the British in the 1780s to get a sanction for the first Black Masonic Lodge. And then you see those lodges spreading throughout New England and in Philadelphia, where people like Absalom Jones and Richard Allen started a Masonic Lodge there. Down in Baltimore, as a matter of fact, you see within the midst of a state which never adopts a gradual abolition law, an incredible rise.
My bag says, I said, damn, I should be giving this lecture. I just told you Richard Allen was a treasurer in the Masonic as a Mason. He just went right on into that. And shout out to the AME Church, because they was the first to come out with these black hymnals too, with these slave hymnals. Let's go.
Peace to the panel, peace to the channel. What's going on, people?
What's going on?
What university? Yeah, I mean, what university is this at?
Hold on. I think it's the Rochester Institute.
Yeah, I think it's in Rochester.
Yeah, Rochester Institute of Technology.
Oh yeah, yeah. He couldn't get off this at no HBCU. He got jumped on.
What were they gonna say in Prairie View?
Hold on, bro. Yeah, he could get off with this at an HBCU because a lot of HBCUs come underneath the AME Church. Morris Brown, Bethune-Cookman, Allen University. All of these are AME pastors and bishops.
Nigga, please.
Not all of them now, but there's plenty more, Super. So they got their hands tied up in that shit too, in them HBCUs too.
Nigga, please.
So you saying I'm lying?
Yeah, you lying.
So you saying Bethune-Cookman within the a female AME bishop?
All I'm saying is
No. Is that not an HBCU, brother? Is Bethune-Cookman an HBCU?
No.
Yes, it is.
What the fuck? Is Morris Brown an HBCU, brother?
Nope.
I'll stop. Go ahead. I ain't got no time for no trolling. Go ahead, sis. Back to
That's what I'm saying, man. You going off what you read instead of going to the university. Did you go to the university?
Cuz, you're talking to somebody who who got this fucking.
No, you don't know because you ain't been to the school, man. You going by what you read. They're just like saying I'm supposed to learn my history from a book instead of going to my people.
I went to Livingston College in Salisbury.
Livingston College ain't no HBCU, bro.
Yes, it is, brother. It was started from one black dude in North Carolina and one black dude in South Carolina. It is a HBCU. What is wrong with you?
No, it ain't, man.
You ain't never went to none. But it's all good though. You went to engineering school, which is just as fucking better. I'd rather send my kids to trade school before I send them to a college like what I went to. And that's my grandmama. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Why would you say that?
Because we're coming out of out of trade school, you coming out with a trade. More than one probably, and you start your own business. You're no longer the consumer.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
Yeah. I feel you.
Go ahead, sis.
Super coming with the hat on.
Hell yeah, I'm bringing hat. Nah, none of this is true, man.
What's not true?
I'm saying like, he wouldn't have been able to got this off in front of a whole bunch of niggas. They would have challenged him.
So a bunch of niggas would challenge the fact that they were there at the start of the stories that they were there at the shape of the country. A lot of niggas would get off and be angry about that. Or would they be enlightened by that?
Not angry, but
challenge that. They would think that they were always in bondage.
Nah. Like just the narrative that he pushing.
Mm. Hey,
Cause I had a history professor named Dr. Obadeli. He wrote his own history book. He didn't go by none of these history books. He wrote his own history book, and he taught us that we wasn't slaves. If any of us was held as slaves,
mm-hmm.
that might be, depending on what region you from, but we was never slaves. That what my history teacher taught me.
Shoot, I love to meet him because I
Look
ain't
him up.
never.
He was a damn fool. He was part of that not the Black Panthers. What was the other extremist group?
I ain't never heard of.
Which ones they came before the Black Panthers? I can't think of it right now. I'm drawing a blank. But yeah, he blew up. Yeah, he was part of that movement where they was burning banks and blowing up police stations and shit.
Mm.
He brought Geronimo Pratt to the yard and everything. So like the narrative that niggas was indoctrinated in college, it wasn't my personal experience. That's all I'm saying. But y'all go ahead. I don't want to break y'all shit.
Yeah, I mean, we're not saying what he's saying is true or not true. I mean, I just think that this perception of Black founders, like I said, is just about eating the meat and spitting the bones. Like, you could believe, or not believe, or, take with you what you will. But I looked up some extremist groups. You said it wasn't the Black Panther Party, so they have down here the Black Liberation Army. They
Yeah,
have.
it was that. It was the Black Liberation Army.
It says an underground Marxist-Leninist Black nationalist militant organization active from 1970 to 1981, composed of former Black Panthers. Oh no, that's after them. Hold on. So they got Black Panthers first, which was founded in 1966, and then after them was the Black Liberation Army from 1970 to 1981. They have the Nation of Islam, which they call an extremist group.
They might came after the Black Panther.
Okay. The new Black Panther Party, an organization that advocates Black liberation and has been described as a Black militia, 5% nation, an offshoot of the NOY that embraces Black supremacist and anti-Semitic views. It says Black Hebrew Israelites, groups that advocate for superiority of the Black
Nah,
race.
this was an old nigga. He was old by descent. Yeah.
Yeah,
He wasn't
so
part of them new people. So I think it was the Black Liberation Army.
yeah, that's after. Yeah, these are the more notable groups, allegedly, via Google, YouTube, because they won't be trying to get me.
Yeah, it wasn't like HBCU campus is not like uniform. You might got some Pan African niggas, same shit. And you got some niggas be like, man, I ain't with no African shit. Just like on school days.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It was the niggas that was in the frat. They were like, man, go back to Africa with that bullshit. I ain't African. It was the same shit.
Child. Mm-mm.
Yeah, everybody went with that African shit. But y'all go head on.
Yeah, but I think that this African Methodist Church lesson, I think, like OTK was saying, is a good example on how a lot of this stuff came to be. And I do think it's important to learn about it. I mean, the abolitionists played a huge role in terms of projecting the idea of slavery and the idea of the slave boat story and things like that. So
Hey, Super, what does this say in the top left-hand corner?
Well, yeah.
HBCU, Allen University. This is named after Richard Allen. This is in Columbia, South Carolina, brother. It's an HBCU.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, bro. You can go by
the
what them
church.
people tell you.
Yeah,
It's
by
cool.
the church. Now, I'm just letting you know now, a lot of churches,
All right.
a lot of Methodists, a lot of Baptist churches, they are the sole funders of some of these HBCUs, bro.
Have you challenged that fact?
I don't have to challenge it.
Okay, cool.
I
Well,
don't
we'll
have
leave
to
it at
challenge
that.
it.
We'll leave it at that. It is what you say it is.
So, are you trying to challenge that they're not HBCUs based on a certain type of way it was founded, Superman?
All I'm saying is that we're gonna go with OTK. What he's saying, it is what it is.
Okay. Because I kind of wanted to see where you're trying to go with this, because I mean, I think in some context, it's easy for a person to look at some HBCUs as not being HBCUs, depending on the way that the story of how it was founded. Like, for example, Spelman College. It was named after Laura Spelman, who was the wife of John D. Rockefeller. So a lot of people would contest that that's not an HBCU, or say that based on it not being founded by so-called Black people.
Right, HBCU is a new term. It didn't come around till like what, the 80s.
Yeah, you absolutely correct. And they 90% of them came from Indian colleges and technical colleges, technical schools. I seen that too.
Yeah.
Now, I seen that. I definitely seen that, brother. And then they turned to HBCUs afterwards because they lost their funding. So the HBCU with the church behind it was able to stop funding these schools and get them back up and running. You seen that too, right?
Yeah, but that story don't kind of line up.
I mean, it probably
we can
depends
go
on
with
where you at too. It depends on where you at. See, I'm in the Bible Belt. You're on the outskirts of the Bible Belt, though, out there in Texas.
Yeah, we in the Bible Belt.
Yeah. I'm in the core of that motherfucker, boy. I'm trying to tell you.
Congratulations.
Charleston got damn near 3 churches on every street downtown.
Congratulations.
No bullshit. That's why they call it the Holy City. But this right here just let you know, man, church roots run deep among HBCUs. You can find this research anywhere, Super.
Yeah.
People didn't know back before, but now, you know what I mean? This is the age of knowing now, man. We know now.
Okay, well, since we know
out.
now.
Well, at least we can find out.
Since we know now, we just gonna go with the narrative.
Nah, we don't have to go with the narrative, but we can find out what was going on and who was behind it. Because once we leave out of the church, it's gonna lead us into Masonic ties, bro.
But when I asked you, did you challenge it? You said you didn't have to. We just gonna go with it then. We just gonna go with it.
Most HBCUs have Greek fraternities in them.
If that's what you say, bro. Okay, cool.
Yeah, all right. Anyway, troll alert 101. Go ahead.
How am I trolling, bro? I'm going along with you. I'm not even arguing with you.
Yeah, that ain't like Super to go along with nobody. I know you did.
Remember them claims that you stand on, though. One day they gonna come back up.
What about the HBCU?
Whatever claim you make, just remember.
Hey man, I got shit to back up what I claim, so it ain't coming from me. It's coming from them.
Oh, okay. Well, ride with them then.
To back up what you're claiming.
No.
So you can say
I ain't even make no claim. I haven't even made a claim, bro.
You said you don't believe that.
I don't have any belief, so I never say anything about believing or not believing.
All right, man. Thanks. Everything good, man. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute
Trigger
up.
warning for the video. Trigger warning for the video.
under a couple hundred free blacks in Maryland. Now you move forward to the early 1800s in Maryland. Now you move forward to the early served revolutionary forces, may have served in the revolution, actually wrote to the British in the 1780s to get a sanction for the first Black Masonic Lodge. And then you see those lodges spreading throughout New England and in Philadelphia, where people like Absalom Jones and Richard Allen started a Masonic Lodge there. Down in Baltimore, as a matter of fact, you see within the midst of a state which never adopts a gradual abolition law, an incredible rise in free black populations. If you go back to the 1750s, at the height of colonial slavery in Maryland, under a couple hundred free blacks in Maryland. Now you move forward to the early 1800s, when a similar thing happens in Maryland that happened to the thing that happened in Philadelphia. Enslaved people start running away. They often try to make it to free states like Pennsylvania or New York. When they're captured and when they negotiate with their master, they say, look, I'm going to keep running away until we reach some sort of agreement that will reduce my slavery for life to something less onerous. And scholars have pinpointed this transition from slavery to freedom in Maryland by looking at freedom suits and all the bargaining that goes on between blacks and whites in the early 1800s. And they've come up with some remarkable figures. By the 1830s, there are 53,000 free blacks in Maryland, which still has bondage as a legal institution. And so in Baltimore, you see the creation of autonomous free black churches and educational institutions. And you see more than the establishment of these independent groups, networks of communication starting to function between, let's say, Baltimore and Philadelphia free blacks, Philadelphia, New York City free blacks, Philadelphia free blacks, and those in Boston and Newport and Providence. So there's this real self-consciousness about this generation of free people of color that is rising in all of these cities and defining what it means to be a free black. So that's an important part of Black Founders 101, the notion that you're going to create and build free black institutions in all of these cities, and that you're going to see rising numbers of free people of color. Let me give you just one big number that will suggest the importance of this institution building phase, because it's actually a staggering number. Now, it pales in comparison to the growth of American slavery. So let me start with that, just to give you a dose of reality. 1790, first federal census says that there are roughly 700,000 enslaved people in the United States. Now, we've talked already about the passage of gradual abolition laws in many northern states. And then we talked about the way that the maintenance of the overseas slave trade sort of wiped out any gains on the abolition side that you might have had by the early 1800s. Well, it gets much worse than that, because by 1830, your enslaved population is up over 2 million, and by 1860 and the start of the Civil War era, you're up around 4 million enslaved people. So from 17...
Flag on the play. Flag on the motherfucking play. Flag on the play. All 2 million of them was not enslaved. Why is they lying? This is the stuff I don't like. Right there. And this is the stuff that was being refuted with Eltis and all that when we get to 1870 and there's 4 million black people in the goddamn country. But y'all saying, oh, y'all 2 million of these people across the country wasn't, y'all crazy, was enslaved? Nigga, who y'all playing with?
1890 and 1860, you've seen more than a quadrupling in the number of enslaved people in the United States. It's staggering. Absolutely staggering. But it is not unimportant to then say that between 1790, that first federal census, and the 1830s, you see a great growth in the number of free blacks. Census of 1790 says that there are between 60, 70,000 free blacks. These early censuses can be often problematic if you're trying to count free black people, because think about it. If you're in Philadelphia, if you're in New York, if you're in Boston and you're a runaway slave, or you don't want people to know who you are, if you're some sort of rabble-rousing radical, you're not going to be around when the census taker comes through and says, who lives here? How many people are in this building? Where are you from? Any enslaved people in the family? So a lot of scholars have suggested that there's an undercount, particularly in the early censuses of free blacks, but roughly between 60 and 70,000 in 1790. Now,
undercount. You damn right. Because ain't no motherfucking way y'all coming up with that number. Ain't no hey, see? This is why I say you gotta eat the meat, spit the bones. Literally. Because who they think they playing with?
Yeah, that's crazy. Y'all 60 to 70,000 undercut in 1790, and by 1830, that shit turned to fucking 4 million. That shit is wild work.
Shit, it probably was more than that, for real. That was here. Because now we had what? They claim shit. We had about 45 million of us right now.
Yeah, that's crazy work. That's crazy.
But I don't know. I mean, that's what I always say. Like, I like to listen to these older lectures and stuff like that because, you know, back then, you know, the perception of our history is like, it's good to hear the perception of the history and how it's being received. You know, like, it's not too many classes on college campuses that resemble like this particular class. And even now today is not too many classes on what they would call, quote, Black history or what have you. And I mean, it's interesting that at this university that this is what they're teaching these students. And it's very interesting to me. You know, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that's being said though.
Right. The crazy shit is for the numbers to jump from 60 to 70,000 and 4 mil in less than 100 years is preposterous. That shit is preposterous. You know how much fucking needs to be going on. Come on, man.
Whole lot.
A whole lot. That's crazy work.
Let me see. Okay. Boom. So anyway.
Yeah, and these ain't transatlantic slaves neither, because Charleston closed the port in 1808. So he talking about 1830. So all these people would have had to already been here and breeding like a motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what he said. He spoke on that. That was already abolished at this point in time. You know, even before that, he spoke about that it was already, you know, it was already outlawed. The transatlantic trade thingamajigger. Hey y'all, hold up. I gotta send something in my email real quick. I want to play this. Some people got triggered when I posted this junk. Try to say I was obsessed with the Africans. I said, no, I'm not even. Hold up. And I don't mean to laugh. The joint was just like funny. I ain't gonna cap. Give me 1 second, because I want to kind of lighten the mood up in here. I know we trying to learn and we building and, you know, we doing all that. So hang on, y'all. 2 seconds. Let me pull this up. There it is. Oh, that's me.
They didn't care about name brand. They didn't know what it was. Poor people didn't know about that stuff. Now, with poor kids, how girls attracted to poor kids is them wearing a new clothes. If you wear brand new clothes, girls are, okay, you got new clothes. So I came to America. I'm going to school. My first day, I got on new clothes. I'm excited. I think I'm about to get some girls. I'm like, I got some new shit on. So I walk in school in my, with my In Action sneakers and dress pants and dress shirt, and the kid's like, "The hell you got on, nigga?" I'm like, "What you talking about? This is brand new." Black America, I think the kids, it kind of remind me of Adam and Eve, when God's like, "Don't eat the apple because you're gonna see things you're not supposed to see." And I think that's what happened, like the Black American kids. Like when I came here, a lot of things about myself I didn't know, and it reminded me, like, you know, you have a gap teeth. I mean, like, Africa, we never, like, American kids see every little thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, all that stuff helped me today to make me the roaster that I am. Like, I'll light a nigga up. You know what I mean? But because I learned from them. You know, like I didn't believe it or not, I say that all the time, and people don't, I didn't know I was dark skinned till I got here.
Mm.
In Africa,
They just strip, if you ask me, strip your innocence away.
they did.
Yeah.
This was my innocence, and it made me so self-conscious about everything. Even back in Africa, like we didn't, in the 80s and 90s, they didn't care about name brand. They didn't know what it was. Poor people didn't know about that stuff. Now, with poor kids, how girls are attracted to poor kids is them wearing a new clothes. If you wear brand new clothes, girls are, okay, you got new clothes. So I came to America. I'm going to school. My first day, I got on new clothes. I'm excited. I think I'm about to get some girls.
Your ass got roasted, Michael Blackson. That's why your ass a comedian now. That's why your ass a comedian now. I don't know. I never thought he was all that funny, but I mean, I guess to some people.
Get jiggy with this.
I guess to some people.
Hey, Dosey, you still here, sis?
Hold up, I got.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Dosey, let me give a shout out to my number one. One of Dosey top arch rivals. Now, Dosey, you know that is a total fallacy, and everything that you're saying is pseudo right now.
That's exactly how he sounds.
Shout out to Cedric, man. Man, he used to kill me with that shit, Dosey.
People love using pseudo just to use it. I swear. So what y'all think about this? So Lean Ha posted this.
Thing. A lot of y'all was in my comments like, oh, we still have our language and you have to learn it and everything was passed down to us from our ancestors and Oh, excuse the fuck out of me. Now, was it? So the part in Indian history where it says that the culture and language and stuff like that was stripped from the Indians and they lost it because of the atrocities and wars that was going on their land when the colonizers got, that part don't apply to y'all? That part just skipped over y'all. Oh, like the part in Indian history where it says that Walter Plecker reclassified them from Indian to colored and Negro? Like how that part just skipped over y'all and didn't apply to y'all too, right? Okay.
Yeah, because I always find that, you know, that shit some straight up bullshit. That's why I said they went to Indian school and learned that shit. I tell anybody off the bat, they went to Indian school and learned some shit and called it their language. That's what the fuck happened. So don't nobody want to hear that shit.
Don't you know I can't find that goddamn Indian curriculum no more?
For real?
That source that I brought up with that Indian curriculum where they was teaching them gardening and all that. Remember, I can't find it no more, man. I wonder what happened to it. I'm serious. I can't find it no more.
Yeah, I bet. They might have said bloop bloop. Let's take this up off of there real quick.
It's the General Allotment Act, man. Sis, whenever you want to do a bill, let's do a bill on these acts. With the Indian Removal Act, the General Allotment Act, the Relocation Act. There's so many acts that people don't know about that was happening. And you know what I mean? I got a bunch of them.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good thing to build on. Because I think that'd be a good thing to build on because they pride themselves in saying that they got all their languages, they steal this. No, bitch. I know y'all went to Indian school. I know you did. I know you did. It's historically documented that y'all was in Indian school. And most of y'all ain't want to be there. Because it was so this and so that. Don't nobody want to hear this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just outrageous at this stage in the game. You know what I'm saying? That, something that was stripped away from a group of people, then they're turning around and saying, oh, not us. It was a strip from us. No, you're lying. Like, you're lying. So, anywho, hold on. What is this? This should be it. I do like the Black History Archives channel, but they just be on some weird shit sometimes.
Ancestry as a Black person. In other words, whether your ancestors were from America, living as original native Black American tribes, or did they come from Africa as a result of the transatlantic slave trade? Today, Black Americans are confused, and the government record prevailing system has left no stone unturned to ensure the confusion remains forever. If you ask your parents or grandparents, you might be told they are original Native Americans. But there are equal chances that you will be told that your roots lie in Africa. Which one should you believe, and which one are the real Black Americans? In this video, let's find out.
The Black History Archives.
To really decide who will be the real Black Americans, we first have to understand what makes original Native Black Americans and African Americans what they really are today. Not only that, but we have to know the major groups Black people claim to belong to really understand their identity. First, let's know who are Black Native Americans. Today, they are individuals of mixed African and Native American ancestry, often tracing their lineage back to indigenous tribes like the Cherokee, Choctaw, and Seminole. Interestingly, many Black Native Americans lived as free individuals long before slavery became institutionalized in the U.S., setting them apart from African Americans. These communities played significant roles as war.
That's why he make me mad. He makes me mad. He makes me mad. He makes me mad. And I'm not going to even spew his babble on here right now. Like the Albert Perry video, Chef's Kiss. Seriously. But every time you go into this wild shit, I start to catch an attitude. Every time. How can you even make a statement about something being separated from African Americans when that wasn't even a thing? Stop it. And then somebody on the threads want to sit up there and tell me, we're tired of people saying African American wasn't used. They said, Butcher Khan was using African American. I've been trying to find that clip everywhere. And I can't find it. Where is it at? They said Malcolm X was using it. And I've been trying to find that shit. Because I ain't never heard Malcolm X call Black people African Americans. And I don't know, y'all. I'm getting a little bit shaky. For real. Like, I just don't understand, a lot of this shit that be taking place, and it kind of be having me out here blurry, like, for real. It's just like you want to express your thoughts and your truth, you know what I'm saying? And people want to try to tell you something different. Like, I think that's something we're going to be grappling with for a while when it comes down to learning about who we are and trying to separate ourselves from this African American bullshit. So
Yeah, I can't find the speech, but Malcolm X did claim African heritage in it.
yeah, and I was trying to find it because it was saying, "Hey Nisha," it was saying African American.
Hey, Nisha.
And I've been trying to find that shit, and I can't seem to find it anywhere at all. So, all right. I mean, that was the video I sent to myself, but that's not the one I should have sent to myself. All right, give me 2 more. What's this? Indian trust settlements. Who sent this to me? If you are an heir of an individual Indian money account holder, you could get money from the settlement. A $3.4 billion settlement was approved in a class action lawsuit called Cobell versus Salazar that claimed individual Indian land, funds, and other assets were mismanaged by the federal government. Cobell versus Salazar, a class action lawsuit about individual Indian land, funds, and other assets held in trust by the federal government. Courts decided that the federal government has violated its trust duties, including the duty to account for individual Indian money trust funds. Whoa. $3.4 billion settlement for these niggas? Oh my God. Whoa. I don't know why this was in my email. I don't know. I sent it to myself though. These folks out here getting a bag off a land that's not even theirs. That is very interesting. What's right here? Miscegenation laws. Yeah, I'll save that for another time. All right, y'all. Well, I don't know. Shit. If y'all ain't got nothing, shit, I don't know what Smoke over there doing. I know he live, Chav. I know it's about to go down over there. Let me see. Where is it? It's just a couple things I was looking for. I just can't see.
Right, and that's another thing, Eagle. Eddie Flying Eagle. That's another thing. When they talking about these census, they're only doing the census in the 13 colonies. Big facts. Big facts.
Yeah.
That's not the whole United States. That what we call today the United States. Yeah. That's only the 13 colonies.
You know, it's like
hey, you sick, sis. Go ahead. You know, the evolution say that they keep dying off and then a new species came about, right? Don't see the Homo sapien gave birth to the Homo sapiens sapien, and hold on,
motherfuckers. Most humans who left Africa disappeared without a trace. Child. Ooh, Jesus. Ecological flexibility, not tools or genes, explains why only one migration out of Africa succeeded around 50,000 years ago. Today, all non-African people are believed to have descended from a small group that migrated into Eurasia roughly 50,000 years ago. However, fossil records show that many earlier migration attempts occurred before this time, none of which left a lasting genetic legacy in modern populations. In a paper recently published in Nature, researchers offered the first clear explanation for why these earlier migrations failed. A team led by Professor Eleanor Seri of the Max Planck Institute of Geoanthropology in Germany and Professor Andrea Manica of the University of Cambridge discovered that before the successful expansion into Eurasia, humans in Africa had started using a wider variety of habitats in new and unprecedented ways. We assembled a data set of archaeological sites and environmental information covering the last 120,000 years in Africa. We used methods developed in ecology to understand changes in human environmental niches. The habitat humans can use and thrive in during this time, says Dr. Emily Hallett of Loyola University in Chicago, co-lead author of the study, Human Niche Expansion from 70,000 years ago. Our results show that the human niche began to expand significantly from 70,000 years ago, and that this expansion was driven by humans increasing their use of diverse habitat types, from forests to arid deserts, as Dr. Michaela Leonardi of London's Natural History Museum, the study's others led author. There is a key result, explains Professor Manica. Previous dispersals seem to have happened during particularly favorable windows of increased rainfall in the Sahara-Arabian desert belt, thus creating green corridors for people who move into Eurasia. However, around 70,000 and 50,000 years ago, the easiest route out of Africa would have been more challenging than during previous periods, and yet this expansion was sizable and ultimately successful. Flexible, not-Tuzel genes ensure success. Many theories have proposed to explain why the dispersal out of Africa around 50,000 years ago was uniquely successful. Suggest it was due to new technology or immunity gained through mixing with Eurasian hominins. However, no clear technological breakthroughs have been identified, and earlier admixture events do not seem to have helped earlier migrations succeed. In this study, researchers show that humans significantly expanded the range of environments they could live in within Africa before migrating out. This broader ecological niche may have been developed through increased contact and cultural exchange among groups, which help break down geographic barriers and allow people to thrive in more diverse landscapes. Unlike previous humans dispersing out of Africa, those human groups moving into Eurasia after 60 to 50,000 years ago were equipped with a distinctive ecological flexibility as a result of coping with climatically challenging habitats, says Professor Seri. This likely provided a key mechanism for adaptive success of our species beyond their African homeland. Child. So I guess they got a whole on that. It's a whole paper right there. They got the link to it and all that. Major expansion in the human niche proceeded out of Africa dispersal. So that's crazy. They still don't motherfucking know if that shit was successful or not. Us being right here on this goddamn continent don't mean that shit was successful at all. I always find that interesting to me. Whole out of Africa theory, the whole shebang. It'll like never make sense. The motherfuckers definitely. It's another article I got too, because they been motherfucking trying to dispute that shit. Let me see. I already read that one.
What? Some from their theory and their narrative, something had to breed with something else to make something else to get us to the point that we at now. That's why they say they got a common ancestor with the great ape. But guess what? Nobody knows who that common ancestor is. So they dead out here with that, man. Leave that for the birds. That ain't no different than believing in a God. Good word.
That's why it's so annoying, because we just got a bunch of people coming up with their own consensus about everything, you know, and like their science can't be lying and their science has got to be truthful. And I think that's just where I differ with the bullshit. The science ain't always truthful at all. That's why I always cook them niggas with that DNA test video. I'm always cook niggas with that.
And the thing that about these timelines, America is new as far as archaeological science and stuff like that, compared to all these other places where they've been doing archaeological research and paleontology and all these different things like that. America's new. They're just barely touching ground. And the reason being because these Native Americans has been blocking them from touching sacred, what they call sacred grounds, because they know that once they do their research on it, they're going to find who the real people are, and it's not them.
Yep.
That's my theory. That's my theory, goddamn. And that's my theory, and I'm sticking with it, goddamn it. Word.
It's an interesting footprint, child. I mean, they got all the answers.
Rewrite timeline. But we got to understand the way that they date these fossils and stuff like that is from the soil and the things around it that they're finding.
Yeah.
Point blank.
That's weird.
So I brought this up one time.
Yes, that's who brought this.
My dog could have died yesterday. A hurricane could have came through this son bitch today. Took my dog way up to Colombia and buried my dog up underneath soil and said, well, matter of fact, let's stay on the beach line. Took it and buried it up underneath all the soil because of the hurricane. And by the time they found this, they dug down and found this dog. They might try to say this dog is ancient because of the level that it's found on. That's just like how they comparing these things. They comparing it to the level of the stratosphere that they're finding it on, and that's crazy.
Where is it at? Hold up. See, I can't look through this whole thing. It's too many pages.
Bang.
Yeah, some things be having too many pages to it. See, hold up, y'all. Because it's another thing too, like I was bringing up about that motherfucking Catoctin furnace and like the stuff that they do find. And when they do find these, you know, melanated people or, you know, bones of melanated people under certain places, they still finding a way to connect it back to Africa. So it's crazy. Like they still try to use 23andMe. Like that's why I'm glad it's up for 23andMe right now. I am so glad it's up for them because it's a lot of things that they need to be getting sued. And I hope people who did use that company really sue them folks for their bullshit.
And he just sold it. And he just sold it. Yep. California was trying to stop them from showing it because California was trying to put that lawsuit on them. But it's crazy they put that lawsuit on Google, which is the husband of the founder of 23andMe.
Yeah, somebody trying to cover some ass.
Coincidence, right? Coincidence. Everybody was on Google making that ancestry tree. 423andMe. Google was giving you all your research. They even tapped in the iCloud too. That's crazy work.
See, this is why I keep bringing this up, because they could connect our folks back to all of this shit. And then they want to keep saying, oh, all these people, this came out in 2023. All of these people got here via transatlantic slave trade, and these people were buried there. They had a cemetery there. And the only bones that they found on these lands, that they're like, most of these bones probably really do connect back to us. They said it was a proportion of participants who shared DNA with the contacted individuals. It said, obviously, they always start here. Africans were forcibly brought to the Americas from Africa by colonizing nations during the transatlantic slave trade, hundreds of thousands of which were brought directly to U.S. shores. But due to centuries of international erasure and inhumane treatment of enslaved families and their descendants, most records from the time omit details about the identities of these individuals. As a result, much about the lives of African American populations in the United States remain unknown and hidden from history. I would say.
Hold on. Whoa. They just said they got records. How do y'all got most records from the time and now y'all saying it's hidden? Whoa. Hold on. Am I tripping, sis? Is that not what we just read just now?
They got records of 10 million people that was forcibly brought here. And they got the hundreds of thousands that they know all of that. But somehow, due to intentional erasure and inhumane treatment, I think that's what they meant to say, inhumane treatment of enslaved families and their descendants, most records from the time omit details about the identities of these individuals. That's what I'm saying. But y'all know these people came here, but y'all don't know who none of them is.
But yet y'all can tell us about the harsh life they had, but y'all don't know who they is.
Y'all don't even know who the fuck they are.
Get the fuck out of here. Man, I'm gonna stop. Man, I'm tearing down all of y'all fucking. Matter of fact, I don't even care about the trans African story. For real.
It just gets annoying when they find proof that we was here or our lineage was here. Oh, no. Let's not forget. Let's not forget. They always want to throw that in there every fucking time with their ugly asses.
Yeah, I have no time to prove myself or to try to prove you about this narrative. I'm gonna just keep studying with my people. We just keep studying together.
Yeah.
We learn all these different narratives that was being thrown up. Let's go see.
All right, hold up. That's why this Contactan furnace story always been intriguing. It says now in a new study in science, researchers show how a novel genomic approach combining ancient DNA, with data from 23andMe genetic database can be used to provide insights into the lives and legacies of the free and enslaved individuals who lived, worked, and died at the Contactan Iron Furnace in Maryland between 1774 and 1850. Not only do the study's findings shed light on their identities, but they also bridge the gap between nearly 42,000 living, quote-unquote, African Americans and their enslaved ancestors and other relatives' familial connections that would otherwise be lost to time. It says what makes the works so pioneering is that research was initiated by an engaged local community of African Americans, and the results were structured to meet their needs, priorities, and sensibilities of the larger African American community, writes Fatima Jackson, a professor at Howard University, in a science perspective published in conjunction with the study. This is the way that this type of research should be performed, and it provides the blueprint for future studies. In 1776,
So in 1777 or whatever like that, sis, you mean to tell me it ain't no Indians around there?
no, they calling them African Americans.
Yeah, like what happened to the Indians? They still there. What is going on? This is see. That's why I love to see this shit, sis, because we can see how they straight just people just be writing it and just be writing with their fucking narrative, man, and speaking in absolutes. And this is crazy. Go ahead, sis. You cooking right now. That's good. Go ahead.
It says in 1776, the Catoctin iron furnace, located in Frederick County, Maryland, began smelting pig iron, tools, household items, and even munitions for the early formed Continental Army in their fight against the British during the Revolutionary War. For many years, operations at the Catoctin furnace relied on the labor of enslaved Africans and African Americans. You see how they do that? Enslaved Africans and African Americans.
So what the fuck? All right, okay. I'm dead out here.
I'm telling you, this is the wild work.
I'm
At
dead out
least at least 271 enslaved.
I'm dead out here, man.
At least 271 enslaved and an unknown number of free African Americans worked at the Catoctin and its surrounding village, performing a host of highly skilled labor roles. However, in the late 1840s, the furnace's labor force was switched primarily to wage labor performed by a predominantly white workforce of European immigrants. So we know who was coming in at that time, the Irish and all them. Gradually, the contributions of African Americans at the Catoctin were largely forgotten. That was until the rediscovery and excavation in 1979 and 1980 of an African American cemetery located at the furnace, a finding that cast a spotlight on the critical role that enslaved and free African Americans played in the furnace's history and growth of the industrial wealth and power in the nation's early history. Interred in the Catoctin furnace African American cemetery were more than 100 free and enslaved individuals who labored at the furnace between 1774 and 1850. While recent osteological and genomic analysis of the remains of these individuals have shed light on the life histories and ancestry of these individuals, many questions remain. One of the questions that was most important to stakeholders at the Catoctin Furnace Historical Society was what happened to the African Americans who were enslaved at the Catoctin Furnace and the descendants after the furnace stopped relying on enslaved labor, said Edwin, or I don't know, Harney, the study's lead author and researcher at 23andMe. So we got a lead author, the study's lead author, and then they using a researcher from 23andMe, the one that's up for sale or was sold. Bridging the gap between colonial African Americans and modern descendants. To address this question, Harney and a team of researchers from the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History, Harvard University, the Catoctin Furnace Historical Society, and 23andMe analyzed a DNA. So they said a DNA is ancient DNA. So analyzed a DNA from 27 colonial Americans buried at the Catoctin Furnace and compared the genome-wide aDNA to data from more than 9.2 participants in the 23andMe genetic database. The novel approach allowed the authors to draw identical by descent, IBD, identical by descent connections between present day and historical people. IBD is a term used in the genetic genealogy to describe a matching genetic segment shared by two or more people that has been inherited from a common ancestor through a parent. In addition to revealing 5 biological family groups among the contacted individuals, the IPD-based analysis identified 41,799 genetic relatives living throughout the U.S. today, including as many as 2,975 possible direct descendants. What's more, according to the findings, one of the highest concentrations of closely related possible descendants of the Catoctin workers remains in Maryland, suggesting that some stayed in the region following the furnace's transition away from enslaved labor. As a part of this study, we developed and fully described an approach for identifying IBD genetic connections between historical and living individuals in the hopes that it could be used in future studies, including those led by other researchers, said Harney. We hope that this study inspires others to use our approach to learn more about historical individuals, particularly those whose stories have been excluded from the historical record. Don't see. This is why I always catch an attitude. This is why. Don't see. I know you heard me read that shit. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in the background doing mama duty too. So,
hey, little GB. I love kissing kids. I gotta stop. But yeah, man, I thought that this is diabolical. Y'all find us and y'all, oh. They came off the slave trade. How, Sway? You don't know nothing about them. How you know that? They couldn't already been there. You got a whole fucking cemetery.
They gotta make it out, just like because it's all out of Africa, so they gotta make it, even if it's old, even if we haven't found it. It has to be out of Africa. The oldest genetics are out of Africa. That's just the bullshit they play. That's why when people even be talking about haplogroups, I'm like, what? The made up maps of DNA based on out of Africa? Okay.
Yeah, because it sounds like we the ones with the ancient DNA.
Yep. Or what they call ghost DNA. DNA that they haven't found the connection to, but it's out of Africa.
Child. Pathetic. Remember what I said about Ireland and Great Britain, mainly about Ireland. Shit, that's the fucking labor that they was trading it with their fucking shit, bringing their ass on board. Some of the, I don't know, like I do want to get more into their slave history. Ooh. Oh, okay. I definitely want to get more into their slave history for sure. Because, they weren't slaves. They weren't this. I'm like, y'all believe the only people that were slaves is black people? There's something wrong with you motherfuckers. There's other people documented as being slaves. And they probably more documented as being slaves than black people is. Because like I said, a lot of us can go into our history and find free ancestors. People who were free. They were not enslaved. I have yet to find a slave owner. The hell wrong with these folks? Like the delusion just really reigns supreme. Like you could just tell how much we've depended on their education to teach us about who we are instead of doing the research for ourselves. That's why I said they find all these fucking people buried out there in Frederick County, Maryland, and somehow these motherfuckers came off the slave trade. They've been there since 1770. But they came off the slave trade somehow. But y'all ain't got no record of that. None of that makes sense to me.
Exactly. They don't even have enough boats, records of boats even landing, coming from another place. Less known, Africa.
Shoot. The shit gets worse and worse. The shit gets worse and worse. I say maybe I'll just say this. This is kind of old, but maybe I'll say this for another time. Because look at that. A rising share of U.S. Black populations is foreign born. Rising. Immigrants been coming since 1980. And you motherfuckers just been climbing on up the rakes, tellers. And I know y'all don't like that word. But it is what it is. It is what it is. You motherfuckers just got here. They are these Africans and etc. And it's nothing against them, you know. It's nothing against the Caribbean people, or it ain't nothing against none of y'all. But it's like, stop playing with us. Stop playing with us. They done came over here and taught y'all this bullshit about who they said we are with no evidence or proof. And now we supposed to just run with it and roll with it. No.
But the Caribbean people not African. I mean, any kind of copper colored description that people are using based on the Caribbean. That's what people were saying about the Caribbean when they landed. Copper colored Aborigines of America. They were in the Caribbean when they said that.
Mm-hmm. For sure. You know, but see, they don't have, like, I guess as far as their identity today, they don't identify with us. So to me,
that's true. I mean, they're like, but we don't identify with us. I mean, it's just that they got Pan-Africans all across as far as it. So we hear a lot from their Pan-African groups, especially because our Pan-African groups reach out to their Pan-African groups and become a conglomerate together. So it is what it is about that. But you'll rarely hear like an Arawakan person really speaking, especially on these kind of matters on YouTube or anything. You will barely come across that, but they're all over it. The Arawaks are in the Caribbean, and they don't identify as African.
And something gotta change, man. It's like we find these things out, these things is happening, you know, and that shoot, it's gonna get to a point soon, man. And that's why we see all this nonsense going on, the Essence Fest and everything like that, man. It's gonna get to a point where our culture ain't gonna matter, and theirs is. But I remember ever since I was like a young girl back in the day. Okay, look at me. Talk about back in the day, like 08 and 07 and all that was so far away. But, you know, it feels like it now being in 2025. But I will say that a lot was going on in terms of like those African fests, those Caribbean festivals that used to happen in DC a lot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, they always had their own particular like spaces with one another. You know what I mean? Like it's I just find it interesting to me. You know, it was always like that. It was always like that. It was always like that. And I never seen myself as, you know, someone of that culture. The first time I ever saw Jamaican culture, bitch, my mouth was on the floor. I couldn't believe what the hell I was seeing. Them motherfuckers, they talk about the way we party and have house parties. Them motherfuckers is terrible with the house parties. I mean, I'm talking about, oh my God. So it's just like a lot of things about, you know, their culture and shit that I was just extremely perplexed by. Africans too, the same way, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I be trying to make sure I expose my daughter and just let her, you know, see and understand a lot of different things so that she'll know, so that she won't, you know, be so, you know, taken aback when she sees certain things, when she's used to seeing certain things one way. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It was just, love me some Sosolina. He be having some good little videos. They be hating on Sosolina. But anyway, I just never, looked at myself, you know, as a part of that. Right. That's all.
Yeah, but that's like the big thing about the intra-American, because that's where we're seeing a lot of people, you know, Barbados and the connection to South Carolina, because people are going back and forth. And, you know, when you get into the Florida, you see a lot of the people that are going to be connected to the Bahamas and stuff like that.
Exactly. And I saw that, like, a lot of that too throughout that when I was looking through the intra-American information on the database, that you know, that fuckface put together. And just trying to get a better understanding of, okay, so I saw a bunch of South Carolina, a lot of that. But then I also saw, you know, these voyages going to other places as well. In North America, excuse me. So I don't know, young. I think when we keep it within the perspective of the 13 colonies and things like that, I think it just gets a little bit carried away. You know, I guess as other states and stuff started to form and things like that, maybe them particular roots of things was changed, if you will, or, you know, things was conducted differently. What's this? Oh, let's watch this. Then I'm gonna leave y'all alone.
No sound, sis.
Oh, y'all can't hear it? Oh, y'all can't hear it?
Nah, we can't hear.
Oh, hell no. Nah. Right, hold on.
You ain't unmuted.
It should have been on. Let me see. I wonder why the sound not working. Oh, motherfuckers. That video called "It's a Slave Trade BS." Hold on. Let me see what's going on. See if I can reshare it. High focus mind. Shit, I guess it get boring when you talking about information all night. They love when we had a goddamn situating over this joint. OTK. Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, you know the new guy. Stay in some shit.
Mark,
Can I hear that now?
that you're
Y'all still can't hear it?
Yeah, turn it up some.
Shit, it's as loud as it's gonna get.
Oh, okay, all right, bet.
sell themselves for the express purpose of acquiring slaves from Africa to labor for them. It marked the beginning, but obviously, if you know anything about this topic, it was far from the end. Now, perhaps you might say to yourself, all right, I get it. Slavery is a bummer. Like, it's not a good thing. And for the people who were captured as slaves, like, that really sucked. Their lives were nightmares. But, you know, on the other hand, slavery was far from unusual as a historical phenomenon. This was not the only time that people had been taken captive and forced to work for the benefit of others. Most regions on the planet have had at some point in their past some form of coerced or non-free labor. Moreover, perhaps one could argue that the sort of slavery established by this Atlantic slave trade was kind of old-fashioned and antiquated from its very beginning, and was soon rendered obsolete by the rise of modern capitalist economies. After all, wasn't it abolished? Like, aren't we making way too big a deal out of all of this? Or to put it another way, was the Atlantic slave trade BS? That's what we're here to discuss. Hi, I'm Dr. Doug Campbell. This one is relatively easy to answer. The African slave trade was enormously important and represented one of the foundations of modern capitalist economies. It was not separate from the process of the development of those economies. It was an integral part, a necessary foundation, if you will, of those economies. And from the get-go, let's begin with something of a disclaimer here. A lot of this discussion is going to represent the Atlantic slave trade as being enmeshed in a kind of economic system, a global network, if you will. So our focus is not really going to be on the lived experience of the people who actually labored as slaves. And I don't want to be misunderstood here. Everything that you have heard about the process of enslavement of Africans, the nightmarish quality that their lives possessed, from the terror of them being taken captive and stolen away from their families and their communities, the horrors of the Middle Passage when they're crammed on board slave ships and transported across the Atlantic, the utter brutality of conditions under which they labored as slaves, the inadequate food and shelter, the backbreaking labor, the violence inflicted upon them, torture, rape, in some cases, even murder. All of that was absolutely real, and we should not lose sight of the fact that this was an institution that
Boy, flag on the play. Boy, you done misled me. Flag on the play. God damn it. Now, what do y'all think about that? Like, do y'all believe that all of that horror, I don't mean to laugh, took place? I mean, what the fuck? It just really blows me, like, the level in which people possess their thinking due to this wretched indoctrination. Just wretched. Out there in Baltimore with the wretched. It's getting on my nerves. My Lord. All right. I was going to try to get a little video a chance, but it's not giving what I thought it was about to give. I mean, because I don't think he's saying anything that we all don't already know and understand about slavery. And I don't know, you gotta be careful. Shit may not, like I said, shit don't be adding up. Shit don't be adding up. Okay, hold on. Hey, you need to do what I said, okay? It's getting late. I don't give no. Do what I said. Thank you.
I know you ain't yelling at my niece like that.
Don't you start talking about her.
Not on no damn live here. I know you're not.
I am not yelling at her.
Crying alone, man.
Her little ass need to listen.
Hey, you might ain't listen.
Whatever. I ain't gonna say I was no good little girl.
Yeah, how you know?
I ain't gonna say I was no good little girl. Sure not.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah. You don't know until
shit. See, we was having problems because of the long ponytails. So we was having problems because of that shit. I can't wait. I got some pictures of me when I was little too. I'm gonna show y'all one day. Shit, the motherfucking ponytails ain't play no games. They was out here trying to fight every damn day because of that perm they mother put in their head. And I ain't gonna lie, a lot of that, like when girls say the perm took their hair out, a lot of that is true. A lot of that is true. Like, I try to give girls some grace when they say that because I really do just believe a lot of that is really just the truth.
I mean, the chemicals in it, they tested it. The chemicals were definitely bad for the whole body.
Mm-hmm. Yep. People be thinking, girls be bullshitting on that. Da-da-da-da-da. Nah, it's facts. It's facts. Oh, listen to this. Oh, I wonder why I saved this. Let me see.
When I was not asked to return, even though it said so on my contract, I thought, what is going on? Maybe my popularity is waning and something must happen. And I started to begin to realize that maybe it is waning and I have to face that, you know. And then when Seymour Hersh called me in 1974, January, and said, this is what we found, that President Johnson has decided that you should not be seen anywhere, and therefore that's why you're having a hard time getting work.
So they kept that quiet for pretty much 6 years.
That problem is, who knew when the anti-American problem was going on, and the writers and the thinking people and the high personalities and the creative people were being sought after to claim, or they were claiming that they were communists or something like this. And when they couldn't find anything on you, they just deface you and make you a very unpopular name in the eye of the public and in the minds of the public. And nothing has changed that. They're still doing it. If they want to get rid of you, they'll find a way to get rid of you. And the best way to do it is to go interviewing the people whom you've worked with, just as they did with the anti-American.
What y'all think about Mama Earth the Kid saying that?
I never heard of that. I'm gonna have to look that up about being blackballed.
Mm-hmm. And she ain't talk about it in 95.
All I remember about her is Marcus, darling. I'm a boomerang.
Yeah, don't play with Mama Earth the Kid. Okay.
Catwoman, yes, and Catwoman, yes, yes.
Yes. A lot of people loved her and
She
that.
was definitely a model too. Yes, definitely.
Oh, look at this, man. It was a bunch of stuff I ain't never show.
Were doing whatever they could in order to solicit a felony charge against a 10-year-old. It's sick. I mean, a special needs 10-year-old.
Sounds like assault of the
To do it? Well, it'll help.
In this situation, she wasn't posing a danger to herself or anyone else at that point in time.
If they'd like her to be released, are you charging her right this second? If you're not charging right now, are you charging her? She's detained, sir. Okay, you need to release her. No, sir.
Dulcie, you're in Texas. You heard about this?
I don't think I heard about the one in Texas, but I heard about one in Florida.
That is crazy. Cause I'm like, what in the hell? It's just so much going on. It was so like every day is always something, and it's like they're on to the next thing, on to the next thing. But yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's go here.
I've never seen so much mail, trainloads of mail, that they could not get out because they didn't have anybody to do it.
We found bags of mail. A lot of them were rat infested. It was a mess. It was awful.
We did have 3 girls to get killed in our unit overseas.
I refused to accept any segregated facilities that they wanted to create for them. After that, they didn't try.
I made a movie about this.
This video about the extraordinary women of the 688 Central Postal Battalion from World War II is made possible by the members of History X. the 6888th Central Postal Directory Battalion. Known simply as the 6888. The only all-black, all-female unit deployed overseas during World War II.
Smoke.
During World War II, there was a significant shortage of soldiers who were able to manage the postal service for the U.S. Army overseas.
The greater part of our soldiers stay as mail calls because they want to see what's going on at home.
Many letters and packages had only the first name of the intended recipient, or just a nickname.
Oftentimes people would just send mail to Johnny or Johnny Smith or whatever.
And by 1945, the U.S. Army faced a massive backlog of undelivered mail. Over 17 million pieces of undelivered mail. Army officials decided this undelivered mail was hurting morale. To tackle this, the 6888th Central Postal Directory Battalion was formed, comprising of 855 African American women from the Women's Army Corps, commonly referred to as WACs. Their mission? To sort and deliver the mail to over 7 million soldiers scattered across Europe.
You, Adams? Yes, sir. He said, what do you want to do? I don't know, sir. He said, I don't know what I'm going to do with you young women. You're too young to be in the Army in the first place. That was on Saturday, and Monday morning I was made a company commander. There were even women who came from families where there were no sons, and they joined the service to represent their family in the war effort. And the first group of the black women, only 2 people got a uniform the first day we went for uniforms. Either the waistline was too small, the skirts were too short, the sleeves were always too short. But we got pieces of uniform. Everybody got a hat and a purse. And so that we were authorized to use all the pieces we had and just keep on adding to it as we got the other pieces. At the end of about 3 weeks, when the last shoe order came in, we finally got everybody uniform. And we loved them. They were afraid that if they sent black wax overseas, we would cause a problem. I never have found out what they meant by that. But eventually there was sufficient pressure from the press that they finally decided to go overseas. And that's when I had been given orders to go overseas. Although I didn't know what the job was and I didn't know where I was going when I left the stage, I knew that given the same opportunity and training, I'm sure I can do as well as anybody else.
Charity Adams called me at home Christmas of 1940. She says, well, I would like for you to be my battalion executive officer, and asked me if I wanted to go overseas. I said yes.
Captain Noel Campbell and I were sent over a couple of weeks ahead of the troops to get things ready. We thought we were going to Paris. And we opened our sealed orders 1 hour after we were in flight and found that we were going to London. We found out that we were going to be in the Postal Directory Service.
That was in January 1945. And that's when the 6888 Central Postal Directory started. And there were 800 women and 23 officers. And Charity Adams and I were sent to England to get a place for those 800 women to live.
There were white wax in lots of places on the UK. And they all used the same recreational hotel in London. And this is where the real problem came in. The Red Cross wanted to set up another hotel for the black wags. And I promised them that it would be over my dead body before anybody slept there. And nobody slept there, to my knowledge. I refused to accept any segregated facilities that they wanted to create for them. After that, they didn't try.
We ended up in Birmingham, England, which was a short distance from London. There we were given a dilapidated school that had not been used in I don't know how many years during the war. And told us that's where 800 women and 23 officers were going to live and work.
But it was a big cold stone building. And of course, with our ingenuity, we always try to make everything comfortable.
Noel and I had decided what we would be doing here in an office space and so forth. Then we set out getting the place ready for our troops to come.
In 4 weeks' time, we got the building ready for living quarters and for the work area.
4 weeks?
We call it the 6AAA.
On February 15th, 1945, the 688 arrived in Birmingham, England. This footage shows the battalion marching in review before Lieutenant General John C.H. Lee, whose responsibilities included the mail.
I ain't gonna lie, OTK. That part in the movie, them late man, they came down that thing marching sharp. Boy, I was crying so bad. I was crying so bad.
Look at you, all emotional and shit.
I really was. He was trying them. He was trying them. I'm like, they got off that terrible boat ride all the way out there just for you to be off the. Yeah, they need to march out this joint too.
And it was cold as shit.
Doing that to them. But they came down that thing clean. Boy, I was like, yeah.
Shout out to the 688.
Man, that thing had me so hyped. You know, it just shows out, like she said, like their ingenuity, our resilience. Like, even
they had a bunch of real here, didn't they? They had a bunch of real here, didn't they, sis?
They did.
Shout out to the American Indians. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, always with a head full of hair. Shoot, that ain't gonna ever always.
All of them was plush.
Man, them ladies marching down that thing.
Just before the
Facilities before Lieutenant General John C. arrived in Birmingham, England. This footage shows the battalion marching in review before Lieutenant General John C.H. Lee, whose responsibilities included the mail.
Just before the troops arrived in England, General John C.H. Lee, who was commanding general of the communication zone, invited Noel and me to dinner. And dinner was in our honor, and it was very nice and very swank at the Georges V Hotel. And in the midst of the dinner, General Lee said, "Adams, can your troops march?" And there is only one answer when a general asks you a question. The answer is, you have never seen better marching troops in your life. And he said, "When do they arrive?" And I said, "They arrive on the 13th. And he said, "I'll be down on the 15th to see them march."
Adams said that she knew that her girls could march and could have a parade. And he asked us, would we be ready? So after we got there, we had to have a parade.
Well, the troops had come over on the Ile-de-France, and it had taken 11 days, and they'd been chased by submarines for several days.
We were about 3/4 way over. The captain discovered a German submarine. So we had to turn and come back toward the United States, make a turn to the east, travel for several miles, and then head back to England.
And being unaccustomed to shipboard facilities, it was a rather sad-looking lot that got off.
When we got to England, we were
that they was being chased by a submarine.
Yeah, they almost died. They almost didn't make it. They almost didn't make it.
I must have missed that part about them being chased by a submarine.
And then head back to
Yeah,
England.
that was part of the
And being
backstory of them.
Yeah, I don't remember
I
that.
watched a different documentary on them, a different one on them. Yeah, but it was in the movie when they, too. If I'm not mistaken, it was in the movie when they was before they made landfall. Like you said, they had to turn around, and then it you know what I mean? They ended up making it. But yeah, I think that is in the movie, sis.
Okay. Maybe I need to go rewatch that Joker. All right. They say Hidden Secrets Netflix left out. So.
Accustomed to shipboard facilities. It was a rather sad looking lot that got off.
When we got to England, we were told that we were going to parade.
And of course, the girls had not marched, they hadn't drilled, but we did it.
All the women had to dress up in their best and join the parade.
We were ready for them, and we marched for General Lee. And he was so pleased, he wrote my father a letter and told him I was a fine young woman. So I was very pleased.
But I didn't get to parade because I had mumps.
Now that
To see the unedited footage of the extraordinary women who served in the 688 Central Postal Battalion during World War II, which was recovered from the National Archives and used in this video, consider becoming a History X member, where you can access other original, unedited History X interviews and videos. The 688 encountered terrible conditions. Cold, unheated warehouses stacked floor to ceiling with undelivered mail.
We were sent to England
was so
to
trifling.
redirect mail to every.
That was so trifling of them, not ladies, but the United States, to not have that mail delivered, just ridiculous.
Serviceman in the ETO.
Some of them should have been fired.
And when we arrived, the Battle of the Bulge, which was between December the 15th, 44 and January 15th, 45, had created an enormous backlog of mail. Even all the mail which had gone to the continent for American GIs had been moved back to England because that the fighting was so severe. And at that point, they didn't know which way the fighting was going to go. So our first job was to deliver the Christmas packages and the Christmas mail that had piled up from Christmas 1944.
We found bags of mail. A lot of them were rat infested, where people send food, pies, and cakes. They were all vermin infested. It was a mess. It was awful. I mean, you looked around and you said, "Oh my God, what is this?" But then you knew you had to get to work and start doing something. So we used the old airplane.
The damn stowaways, that's how the rats got to New York.
Mm-hmm. Ugh.
You knew you had to get to work and start doing something. So we used the old airplane hangar and we built the post office out of it. We had 3 shifts, 7 days a week.
I've never seen so much mail. It was such a backlog of mail. Warehouses all over England and France, trainloads of mail that they could not get out because they didn't have anybody to do it.
We mostly existed on sea rations. It was difficult. It wasn't an easy thing. And it was cold, nothing heated, you know. But we were young, we were strong, and we survived, and we were committed.
We were a self-supporting unit, and we had women who did everything. Our own mess hall, our own supply, own military police. We had our own transportation. With 800 women, we had all kinds of things. We opened up a beauty parlor. We had beauticians. As I said, anything that we needed, we found in our women. With 800 women, you got all kinds of occupations. They gave us fatigues and overcoats and boots and pants and liners, anything that was warm, because back then we wore skirts, no pants at all. That's the first time in the Army that we wore pants, because you almost had to sleep in them because the buildings were so cold. And that's where I first learned to make a fire in my life, because we had no heaters. We had to heat by fireplaces all over the place. We did have 3 girls to get killed in our unit overseas. With 800 women, you got all kinds of occupations. Then we found out that some of them had worked in funeral parlors. And of course, they fixed up the girls beautifully.
Working in shifts around the clock, they developed an innovative tracking system to process approximately 65,000 pieces of mail per shift. This included creating and maintaining a card index, which ultimately contains 7 million cards of servicemen with the same or similar names, using their military serial numbers to distinguish them.
Modern day post.
Well, we had a system.
Yeah.
And of course, we worked with it.
That's, man. Like, I know people seen the movie, but you know, you really get an understanding coming from these people's lips themselves, these women. Shout out to our American Indian queens, okay?
No, I'm talking about, did you see how they had looking at beauty parlor?
Baby.
What?
Had the beauty parlor set up in that thing. Stop playing. We gotta look good now, baby. That's one thing that ain't changed about us.
Hey, no shit.
Changed, Black Americans, so-called Black American women. Oh, baby, them looks gotta be looked now. Don't play that about our hair, baby. No. And never will, from the looks of it. Okay.
Intelligence to keep knowing where the soldiers were going, because they were moving around. And, you know, it was very, very organized.
Our job was to sit with a box in front of you. That's all the women did for 8 hours every day. And they had cards, and they would find where these men were and send it to all of the servicemen in Europe.
Oftentimes people would just send mail to Johnny or, you know, somebody who, there's Johnny, but where's it? So we'd have to have a group set aside that would go through the mail and find out what the family name was, so they would know it was Johnny Smith or whatever, and put it together.
I never saw so many Smiths and Jones. There's so many people with the same name. And the only way we could find out where to send the mail was by the difference in their serial numbers. That is one reason why they told you to put your serial number behind your name.
We had a lot of ingenuity to get it working, get it done.
We had approximately 800 enlisted women in offices. We worked 3 shifts, 8 hours a day, and we did get a commendation for delivering that mail at top speed.
They asked us if we could get it rolling in 6 months or something. We were able to get it rolling in 3 months, caught up in 3 months.
The women of the 688 faced racism and sexism, both within the military and abroad.
The American troops received us in lots of ways. There were no white wax near us in Birmingham. The white GIs told tales about us. The Red Cross wanted to segregate us. and the British just wanted to visit us.
Mm.
The citizens received us quite in hand, but with a lot of curiosity.
They had never seen any black people before. We were invited to churches, we were invited everywhere to speak. We had parades, and so they were just lovely to us.
That's sad.
In Birmingham, England, the people were just.
Where the people, that is a disgrace.
I don't know about that. The British never seen no black people. They never might have seen a black American woman
or black American women
America. Yeah, from America before, because they only thought black people was there, but they ain't no damn way the British ain't never seen no what they would call a black person or a dark-skinned person. You know what I'm saying? Because shit, they didn't have no fucking black-white construct over there. Just like Michael Blackson said, where he from, he didn't know he was dark-skinned. That's normal.
Yeah. What's cringy about it is that the U.S. soldiers were so disgraceful, obviously, to these women. And it's sad that they were embraced more by other people from another place. But y'all couldn't even embrace your own. I guess we ain't them. You know what I'm saying? We ain't them. But at the same time, they were all there doing the same thing, fighting during World War II. They weren't fighting, but they were a part of that, whole thing. They were a part of it. Like, they're still military women, and they deserve a certain level of respect. And that's crazy that shit still wasn't happening.
Incredible. We made lots of friends. That's where I got my first fish and chips.
We all kept in touch with those people who were close to us. But they began to have reunions, and I went to my first reunion in 1988. And even though I tell them, please call me by my first name, I can't do that. Amazingly, many people have great difficulty believing that black troops, whether women or men, were very patriotic, and they were there to win the war. And when the war was over, they had done their duty and they wanted to go back home. You don't really think history till after you do it.
Yeah.
For another inspiring story about perseverance during war, check out this video.
I think what she said is true. You don't realize you're making history when you're in the moment doing something. You're just doing what you know to do. You're just doing the right thing. You're just doing what you're supposed to. So I think it's a wonderful, wonderful story. And I'm upset that, these aren't the stories that, we're being taught about, when we should be being taught about these things and being familiar with what's going on. It shouldn't have took for them to make no movie and all that for people to really get wind of that history. And it's just really diabolical. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, it's just diabolical. You get tired of that shit all the time. Just do.
Definitely a good movie, though.
Yeah, I think I'm about to put that sucker on when we finish up here. For sure.
I think I might watch it too. Just
Yeah, I
to
think
see that submarine scene in there.
Yeah, like some of that stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
Because that's just wild. That is wild, but it's beautiful though.
If they don't show it, I wonder if they even mention it, because I know I heard it somewhere. I don't know if it was from a documentary that I watched on them, or was it from None you've been talking about. I fell asleep. The chair got me going. You know that's right, man. Shout out to the family first life. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, we know all about it, okay?
You know what I'm talking about?
Shoot, them damn kids ain't no joke. Your ass be sleeping for them sometimes. Little niggas still running around. You like, hold up. Hold up. Shoot.
Couple of years, y'all motherfuckers gonna be talking about dating. About their first date.
Hell nah. I got
I'm
shot.
telling you about that shit now. So it's like, yeah, my daughter gonna cause
Date my ass. I'm gonna be on the date too.
Shit, my daughter had her boyfriend or friend or whatever come up, but I told her, she called me at work, like, Dad, what time you getting off? I was like, why? She was like, because I want you to meet my friend. You know what I mean? I was like, well, why you want me to meet him? Here go my mom in the background, because she want her daddy's opinion.
Trust me, because it ain't gonna be nothing. Shit, I'm telling you, I ain't, man, my baby, it ain't about to be. I'm gonna be right there, slim. Think it's a game. Think it's a game.
I knew his father. So,
see?
Yeah, me and his daddy been tight. Like we've been real cool. We've been all right. You know what I'm saying? Not tight like that. We from different areas, but you know, we've been good people. So when we saw each other, a smile coming to both of their face, like, oh shit, both our daddies are cool with each other. They good. We good. Right, you know what I mean? My daughter like, damn, daddy, you know everybody. I was like, no, everybody know me. No.
Check this out.
You know, looking for suitable mates. You know, some women would say they can do the same thing too. Well, you know, you have one woman here from America decided to do just that. She went to the African continent and got with a brother from over there. And I want you to hear what is her experience in doing that.
Coming from an African-American woman who has a child with an African man, who is married to an African man, and who has lived in the continent of Africa for 3 years. Let me tell you what's up. If an African man is interested in you and you can see no fruit of success, he's needy. Girl, he's going to exploit you to the best of his ability. And then because you're not going to be able to humble and respect him because you come from the West, and that is very difficult to do. Take it from somebody that knows. Take it from what Esther is saying. We're not lying to you. It's difficult to submit to a man who you don't need. He's going to exploit you and discard. And I know that this is hard, and I know I'm talking hard, and I know that it's a hard thing to digest when you really, really want something. But sis, I'm not saying that all African men are bad, because I could say like my husband was fairly good to me until the end. We're still married, we're separated.
The reason why the men could actually go to different countries and marry women of different countries, no matter what the economics look like, is because men aren't going there looking for financial resources. Men already have their financial resources there, right? They're paying their bills. They're doing what they need to do. Now, you flip it on the other side with women. Women are looking for resources, a man to you know, let's say his traditional gender role, right? Let's say that protect, provide, etc. Well, if you're going to complain on men in America, especially we're talking about our community, say black men don't have this, black men don't have that. That's kind of like jumping out of the oven and then jump into the frying pan. If you go over there, the currency, you know, which the original post said she actually went to Ghana. So if you look at the currency from $1 US to one Ghanaian CD, it's not the same. They're not both 1 and 1. That's number one. 2, the unemployment rate you have in Ghana. 3, the way the jobs pay in Ghana, right, is not the same it would be in the United States of America. So if you as a black American woman who's going to have probably more resources due to your job or career you may have already, you're going to try to go to Ghana, is already, or any African country, is going to create a problem, right? The reason why it's going to create a problem because in a lot of those structures and even outside the Western world.
I think he raised a lot of good points. Because what in the fuck? I think Nikki, he was getting at your point. My cousin got whooped on by the African. She had to show him what Oakland was made of. Well, I know y'all crazy. After she whipped his tail, she didn't want his ass. Honey, I already know the tea. Okay, y'all girls from Oakland is y'all crazy. Y'all crazy too. Y'all throw them hands real quick. Y'all, it's a bunch of little stories, young, that be going on. These man, we gotta make better decisions.
The African diaspora. Download our
and the fine
Snacks.
brothers that live out there, younger ones, who live in more of an impoverished situation, some without even running water or plumbing. But with all of their fineness, there have been reports of American women and British women, European women, all older women, who are packing up and moving to the Gambia to get with these men. We're going to talk about 5 African American women and 1 Black woman from the UK who have since been deleted after moving there to make a life for themselves. Take a look at what Andrea Martin, who is one of the Black sisters from America, who is since deceased, was involved with a man in the Gambia, and she's going to talk about her experience and also share, I guess, a cautionary tale.
Fair use, fair use.
Sisters who are electing to move out to the Gambia.
All this is alleged.
I'm here today to talk about the domestic violence that is taking place on the continent that no one seems to be talking about. A lot of folks come on talking about relationships and dating on the continent, but there are situations where sisters are coming over here and dating Gambian men and realizing that they're not who they thought they were, okay? So that representative has left the building. After, I guess, a few days, weeks, they find out that the individual that they're with is possessive, unstable, physically aggressive. These individuals, when they are told they no longer want to see these men, are being abused.
So Sister Andrea has shared what goes on with domestic violence with some of the men from the Gambia. And I will say, not all of them are like this. Just like I will also say that not all American sisters are moving out to the Gambia to get with young chocolate Gambian men. Take a look at what she says about her experience with one of the men from the Gambia that she was dealing with.
From the time you get your feet on the ground, and I'm talking from the airport, people already have their eyes on you. Okay, they know what area you're going to. It's been reported where you're going to be living. There'll be that one person that thinks, well, I'm going to be the person to get that individual because that's going to be my cash cow. Hit me today because I was like, I have a stalker. I have a stalker and I haven't told anyone. Straight up, you a demon. I see who you are. I see your sexual preferences. I see I see all of you. It's in the tiles. When I do water divination, I can see you. So me seeing who you are knows that I don't want nobody like you around me. I know what my journey is, and my journey does not include anybody energy harvesting off of me, trying to be part of my legacy, trying to steal what I'm trying to build. I don't want nobody like that around me. They would even have people that try to get you to drink or eat from them. Let me tell you, I don't eat from places no more. Ever since I realized that this individual was stalking me, I said, you know what? I don't see him, but I know he is watching me. And sure enough, what he was doing was hiring the people that are working around me. There's 3 houses being constructed around me. He's hiring the construction workers and having them watch me and report when I am leaving, when I'm coming back. When I would go to walk in the woods, I would feel like someone is following me. Mind you, I'm always alone. So that's probably not the best thing either. I know everybody, but I'm moved by myself.
So Sister Andrea talks about the relationship starting off, great. And then as time went on, she came to realize that he wasn't the man she thought he was. And she also mentions that he was the devil. And so when she tried to break things off with him, as you can hear her saying, he became a stalker and was able to have people within the Gambia watching her and reporting back to him. Now let's take a look at another sister by the name of Shakina Chinedu, who has recently been unalived. This happened on February 14th. And she's going to talk about what she does in the Gambia and how she feels about why she made the decision to move to the Gambia. Take a look.
I live here in the Gambia. I'm representing the African Diaspora Returnees Association. And we are a group of people who have returned to live in Gambia because we see ourselves as Africans. So I'm representing that group.
Why did you make the decision, knowing that Africa has a history of political instability, history of backwardness in terms of economy, corruption, and all that? You left the life that you lived in, probably in the Caribbean or in the UK or somewhere in America, to come and live in the Gambia.
Wow, you made some sweeping statements there. Political instability, poor economy. That's not the Africa that I see. That's the Africa that the BBC and the CNN tells us about. Africa's our home as Black people, and we have to make it what it is. If you think the West was paved with gold, it wasn't. I was born in the UK, but I was always made to know I was never accepted there. As a
that's interesting to hear her say this, because it's like no matter what, where any of our or whatever melanated people are in the world, that's on the Western part of the world, are being taught that they are not shit. I think it's diabolical as all fuck.
How the fuck is she an African American born in the UK?
Well, she being taught that they being taught in the UK that they not English or they not British or whatever the fuck.
Man,
they teaching their ass they come from
her family from the Caribbean. That's where she get the American from. Because I heard dude throw the Caribbean in there too. So, and listen, and we know that a lot of people from the Caribbean, when some of them receive reparations, they also receive other benefits. They was able to go to England to go to school, London, the United Kingdom. That's why a lot of Caribbean people have like a British or like an English accent, like how she got.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And a lot of them come from the Caribbean.
Nikki saying a lot of them is first and second generation Americans. I can believe that though.
They're not British the way Black Americans are American, right? But she was crazy though. She grew up in the thinking she was born in the United Kingdom, but saying that she was oppressed. That is crazy. People that look like her been being born in Europe, in the United Kingdom, and all over these countries. This is crazy work. After a while, do you want to say that the majority started becoming a lighter complexion? Yeah, we see that from wars and shit over there. Well, go ahead, sis. This is crazy. Go ahead. It's cooking though. Sorry for these women, period, though. Sorry for these women that's losing their lives, period, though. You know what I mean? That's becoming unalive, period. No matter who the fuck you are. You know what I mean? That part. Leaving away from home or from wherever you from and then going somewhere else. Word.
Yeah, that's all I y'all need to keep y'all black asses home, respectfully. The fuck? You know what I'm saying? Carrying your ass over there to these foreign lands.
Let this play, sis. I hear you yawning. So let this play. It's all good because I got some things I got to do before in the morning. I'm actually gonna have some footage. I'm meeting the governor of Kentucky tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
South Carolina. So I'm meeting him tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna have some footage of that too. So
they need to go ahead and change that African logo to the American logo. They probably know they representing the wrong side. Yeah, my ass stay getting tired. I gotta cut it out. I be trying not to get tired. But that's how it be. Shoot.
Nah, shit, you did a lot of reading too, though.
Yeah, that's true. Shit. It's like I went down, like, shoot, the damn track keep going back and forth, back and forth. Y'all don't never be trying to hang with the kid. Y'all thought we was gonna be over here on our ratchet stuff tonight. Maybe another night. I don't know, shoot, because I do got a build planned for tomorrow, but I probably postpone it. And we'll figure out where we're gonna go from there. But you know.
Yeah, I postponed mine. I had mine set today, but I postponed it to tomorrow. But it's all good though. You know what I mean? You got like they said earlier. It's the reason why they still here.
Yeah, shout out to all the family.
They like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Like just trying to, remind y'all of how important it is. Like when we read these statistics about how many of our people have a reluctance to look into their family history and, research their family and talk to their relatives and things, it's really something that kind of sheds light on how much work that we have to do. I always like I said, these pioneers, the Dane Callaways, the Top Cats, the A1s, the Aboriginal powers, all these people who have broken down these doors, man. Some more doors got to get kicked down. And it just goes to show like how much more work we got to do. Like, even though a lot of footwork has been put in, we still got a good majority of our so-called Black Americans not really taking their lineage and, seriously in terms of finding out their family history and connections and to who they really are. You know what I'm saying? And those are things that got to get, tore down. And that's what I mean by these generational curses and the things that take place, man, because, it's still a lot of us that don't care, man. Like, we know history done taught us a lot of shit. And, it's just, we've taken that like to heart completely. And, then it goes into the mental health and, then it becomes taboo and, all that stuff. We start to not want to really discuss these things because, we are scared that, like I was saying earlier, that something might come up that we might not want to deal with emotionally or otherwise, you know what I'm saying? But we have to do better. We have to foster more open conversations about, curses that need to be broken within our communities and in our families, man, because as a unit, we've been through a lot. And some shit got to be shaken. You know what I'm saying? And I think educating ourselves and empowering each other to educate ourselves is a vital thing that we really need to do, OTK. Like, seriously, like a lot of us don't take educating ourselves seriously. Like, it's a right. You have a right to educate yourself. You have a right to look into things and to find out the truth and to know the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we need to make sure that we have the truth within us so that we can ultimately like equip our children, so they can have the knowledge and the skills to break the same cycles that we're trying to break right now, so that we can break it for them, so they don't have to experience that and know what that is like. You know what I'm saying? You know, like knowing your past, knowing who you are, you know, educating yourself about that, you know what I'm saying, is freedom. It is freedom. It's the ultimate freedom. So, you know, like
and that's the main thing. We go through this thing, the things that we go through now, so our kids don't have to go through.
Yep.
You know, that's why we give props to the kick doors. They went through shit that they went through, so we didn't have to go through that. So we got a more easier time to where we, you know what I mean? We pretty much already had an environment of people who are like-minded, that's on the same level that we came into. You know what I mean? So that's why I always give shout out to the goddamn kick doors. You know what I mean? Who kick the door down for us. Big facts.
Yeah.
Big facts. And I'm just trying to add on, even though I might have a different way of doing it, and you might have a different way of doing it. You know what I mean? We adding on. We adding on. We bringing on more information to add on. It should never get to a point where Sister Sharice, I should ever come to you and be like, yo, this is what I said, and this is what I said, and that's absolute. It ain't nothing else to go against that. And then 30 minutes later, you find something to go. You find 5 other sources to go against that. You feel me? So it should never get to that when we're dealing with American information and American history. We the only ones that went through 400 years of wars and more still going on. We the only ones that got reclassified so many times. I'm not saying other people didn't go through hell, you know what I mean, in history from what history say, but I'm just letting y'all know we did the worst because out of everybody in history, they still managed to keep their original identity.
Yeah.
But we all of a sudden just got wiped out. Oh, ain't no more Indian, ain't no more Aborigine to this fucking land. We just got wiped out, which is crazy work. But every other place still has their name, sis. That is weird. That's weird to me.
It is.
And
that's why we gotta rewrite the narrative.
Right.
That's why it's up to us to rewrite our narratives and tell our stories, man. But we gotta heal. You know, it's like, but we can heal, and then then we could move on, and we could create that future, that a bright future that we want for our generations to come after this shit. So but it's gonna take us to build on that. And that's why I hate the divisiveness that I see, because I feel like we perpetuate the same shit we don't want. You know what I mean? Like not me and you in particular, but us as a collective unit. You know what I'm saying? Even within these spaces that we swear we so conscious, but we be at each other's throat, and it's for nothing. Like, it's for nothing. And like, that's the type of shit that gotta stop. It just do. And I'm just tired of seeing it. I'm tired of all these conscious people mad at other conscious people. I'm tired of it. Like, you don't agree with somebody, you don't like what they saying, move around. Move around. Just move around. But don't add to it. Don't add to it, man. Don't make shit worse. Don't make shit worse. That's all I'm saying. You don't like me? Cool. Move around. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. But move around. Because what you eat don't make me shit. Okay? and I'm still gonna do me. Your little posts that you making, all of that, none of that matters. Your little videos, your little calls to Washington, D.C. You guys are straight up. And ain't nobody about to play with y'all. You not stopping no show. Ever. Like, when you could prove that your folks came off a boat, give me the name and the captain of that ship, and they name on that cargo ship log, you holler at me. Or when you could prove that such and such said something first, then you holler at me. Like, everybody, like, people be acting like so weird. Like, grow up. You're weird. You're weird. And stop being weird, okay? I gotta pray for some of y'all, man. Cause y'all be acting weird. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. It's not becoming. It doesn't make you look like you're intelligent or bright or anything. It just makes people see how slow you are in real life and in real time. Like,
Yeah.
stop worrying about people.
Shout out the Super for the fake phone dying. Cause he got beat up on that HBCU and that ADHD. Leave that shit alone, nigga. You fucking around with
that. I'm like, all right, man.
Fucking around with my field of thought, cuz. Stop that, man.
You be ready to troll, that's all.
Yeah, I know. Super good people.
Yeah, he just like to, try to test your intelligence and test your intellect a lot. Not you as an individual. Yeah, you as an individual, whoever it is, he doing that shit. Sometimes he just your ass. I'm like, brother, that's why I was trying to figure out where he was coming from.
But the crazy shit is sometimes he really don't be knowing.
Nah.
Ain't no laughing or nothing.
Yeah. I'm laughing.
He really don't be fucking knowing. But since his ego is like Beyonce song, you know what I mean, with Kanye and shit, he feel he gotta try to protect himself at all times. But it's some shit he don't know.
The ego.
It's like it's some shit I don't know. You don't know. What the hell? And I hope we get Absolute B over here one day. I would love for Absolute B.
I know. I got his email too, I believe.
Yeah, because
he was slave orgies.
He was bringing up a lot of stuff yesterday, man. And he like to say these people didn't exist and all of this, man. And I just want to have a talk with him, man, because if these people didn't exist, then who the fuck called you the copper color racist?
Man, I don't know where that came from. Like nobody existed.
Who called you the Indian if these people didn't exist? That's what I'm saying.
Fake, so a lot of shit is. I just feel like shit is rewritten. That's how
their names. I believe that. Some of their names is not real. I believe that.
Everything fake is crazy.
You know what I mean?
Hold on, let me see, Nanya. Let me see what you're talking about.
We just need to. I just want to have a conversation with him because he you know what I mean. He's well put together, and you know what I mean. I want to have a good conversation with him. That you know what I mean. And some things we just gonna have to put together, And they like to say Christopher Columbus. Without Christopher Columbus, we don't have a transatlantic slave story. That is not true. Without Christopher, we don't have an American Indian slave story. Christopher ain't bring no fucking slaves over here. What the hell? Y'all better do y'all goddamn research. Christopher died, man. If he did exist, he died in the 1500s. No Africans didn't come to 1619 in North America, remember? So they say. So how the fuck was Christopher involved with that story?
Nah, I ain't play this one now, yeah. I could play it if you want.
I'm gonna break that shit down. Matter of fact, I'm gonna break that shit down. I'm gonna break all this shit down. Just how logic. I might do that shit tomorrow. Go ahead, sis.
Oh shit, I ain't got nothing.
Oh, I thought you were about to finish playing that video about the girl dying in Gambia. End up missing. But that's cool.
Child. I don't feel like getting triggered by this video. But let me see. She said, please play it. All right, let me send it over to myself. Girl, somebody in the goddamn comments already got me pissed off. That's why I be trying to be careful with IG, man. Sitting over there talking about Henry Louis Gates said Black Americans falsely claim being Native American. Nigga, we ain't never claimed to be Native American. I don't know what people problem be. And I'm like, bro, who the heck is he to tell somebody who they are? He was legitimate. Like, the people was literally showing this man photographs of their Indian ancestors. How was they lying?
For one, he did a lecture and said that they was making up shit.
And the damn back with the DNA. You want to sit up over here and play with us. And when people claim their indigenous ancestry, they got nothing to do with no slavery. I cannot stand Louis Gates. He's not the damn authority on Black American heritage.
In fact, he's not. He said he got paid a lot of money. And he said the white dude who was doing it, man, he was like, oh, you told Oprah that she was such and such? Oh, you told somebody else? Oh, let me guess. You're from this place, right, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, he said it at an election, like, yo, it's fake.
Yeah. All right, let me get into this. Louis Gates had every time I hear that man's name.
In the United States are not African at all. I've seen this claim a lot lately that Black Americans are not descended from Africans, but from Native Americans who were enslaved and perhaps later misclassified. I would like for you to give me more information about this, like source materials. Where did you get this information? Because I'm not finding that to be in evidence in any of the sources I look at. I'm a white woman. This is not my history, but I do a lot of work to listen, study, and track the records. And I found a lot of evidence that people did indeed get brought here from Africa, and particularly Western Africa, as slaves. Yes, some Native Americans were enslaved, particularly early on after the Europeans started coming to the continent that we now call America. And yes, some African and Native people intermarried and resisted together and raised families whose records were erased or distorted or minimized by the government. I guess it's going to rain.
With all that lies.
Yes, all that happened. But so did the transatlantic slave trade. And the way we know it happened is because it's recorded in multiple sources. We've got ship manifests, we've got legal documents, we've got personal letters. All of this
personal letters
suggests, since it's coming from different sources and it's telling the same story, there's pretty good evidence, a pretty good reason to believe that it really happened. Millions of Africans were kidnapped and sold into slavery across the Americas. Hundreds of thousands ended up in what is now the United States. And that that is not speculation. That's backed by ship manifests, sale records, oral histories. And today it's also backed up by DNA. What confuses things is that the official records have often erased a lot of nuance. Some people were labeled Negro, no matter what their ancestry was. Others were denied their specific tribal identity, or it was never recorded at all. That leads to gaps. And when people go looking for their roots, sometimes the only thing they find is oral history and a lot of pain. So I understand where the claim comes from. It's an attempt to reclaim something that was stolen. But don't reclaim history by rewriting it. Find the real history. Look for compatible documents that say the same thing. If you're finding multiple documents from multiple sources that say people did not come here from Africa, then that's something serious to look at. But if you're seeing multiple documents that say they did come here from Africa, there's a pretty good chance that they did. We can honor the truth of Native ancestry and the reality of African descent. They're not enemies. They're often closely intertwined. I'm not an expert. I am an avid learner, and you can be one too. One share shows you care about setting the record straight. Please follow me for more. And you can support my work if you want to at coffee.com/Kelly Snyder. Get curious.
Naya, why the fuck is you trying to get me roused up?
And listen, I laugh at shit like this, sis. It's not nothing to get mad at.
You about to get me all.
These older ones, dog, they stuck. It's not nothing to get mad at. It's just saying, like, yo, imagine what they taught their kids. That they were superior. See, the whole thing we came from Africa was to make them superior over us, and they brought us here.
Now, y'all appreciate all your love with my David Eltis interview, man. You show me big love on that. And I appreciate you, young. You really listened to the interview. You took your time to understand the questions. And, you know, a lot of people just didn't really get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you got to ease people into things. What, Suzanne, what you talking about? The cop that got him, I used to see him in Cambridge. I knew he wasn't the one. Oh, yeah. Skip. Ooh, I don't like Skip. Don't irk me. I'll never forget that Finding Your Roots I saw, and he's sitting over there trying to tell her she didn't have indigenous ancestry. She's like, yes, I do. Like, she telling him. They showing him pictures. Little ass was stuck. Yeah, shut your mouth and stop telling people who they are. You and your DNA running rampant around here in these streets, telling people who they are. Got pictures of her. She got the pictures of her ancestors, and you telling her that that's not who they are. How dare you? Yeah, Skip Gates. That's his nickname. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Henry Louis Gates. Yeah, his name for short is Skip. They call him Skip out there, and his, you know, whatever. Fuck him, because he be skipping in my loo on that DNA, lying. Him and Rick Nichols.
Shout out to the newscaster, man, that came to South Carolina and thought he was about to find some African.
That putting that joke right to her damn comments. Because one thing else,
I said, shout out to the newscaster that came to the South Carolina Museum, thought he was gonna find some African ancestry.
I know. They found the motherfucking Mataponi instead. And they must have paid some good coins too. They must have paid some good coins to dig up that truth.
I'm saying though, did you hear the white professor earlier that said that these slaves said that damn, they gonna keep running away until they come to terms? Which slave keep running away he could come back?
And that's what. But that's what the election kind of says. Like, what do I have to do to stop you from running away?
Yeah, how you just going for like a week and then you come back? Remember that court document? These niggas was dipping for like 2 weeks.
Try to say it like that. I ain't putting up with this shit. I'm gone. I see these niggas. We gonna have to work out some terms.
Well, I think it wasn't it Nat Turner or something. Used to get visions and wander off and be gone for like a week and then come back. Or something. Hold on, it might not have been that, but I remember hearing a story about that. I'm like, yo, if he a slave and they showing roots, these motherfuckers getting whipped for trying to run away. How he just gonna disappear for a week and then he come back? And then that week just get added on his indentured servitude time. Like, hold on. He's supposed to be slaves, man. What happened to all the whipping? For
I'm
real,
telling you,
like, what?
out of there on their ass, getting low. They not playing shit. That's what I said. A lot of that, the slave story don't be making sense. That's why I said I do believe it was more of a POW situation versus. But it was some of us who was out here freer than free, born free.
More free than POW. POW was early on. That was early on.
You know, they get mad at me. They get mad at me because I said the Irish people were slaves. Like, bro, they were slaves. I ain't about to argue with y'all. The Irish were slaves, baby. They were slaves. They was not. You really believe people who signed over their rights and was on boats chained up because they were. You think that they were some indentured servants? You don't get the fuck out of my face.
I don't even think these motherfuckers was chained up.
Shit, crazy as hell.
I don't even think these motherfuckers was chained up. On some real shit. They had a contract to even get on that fucking boat. Somebody had an insurance policy or a contract.
But they were not free
to pay back.
They weren't given away. They were
free until they finished their indentured servitude, but a lot of these motherfuckers was goddamn.
They were slaves. I don't want to hear nothing about no indentured service. Is a lie.
Indentured servant is a slave. It's still a slave, but that's how they was able to so-called buy their way out of freedom.
But they could say the same for us who some of our folks who they claim was buying freedom or it's the same shit.
That's what I
don't know why they trying to romanticize it. That's my problem with this shit. Giving them a love story while they saying we went through all this hell. You make it make sense. Because our people was buying freedoms just as much as anybody else was. If we're gonna talk about this shit.
That's the thing.
If that's
the difference between a forever slave, a chattel slave, and an indentured slave. An indentured slave can buy their way out.
Yeah.
A chattel slave, you especially if you're a woman, your child can be born in forever servitude. And we found records of these. I got records of these in South Carolina from Indian women. They was in indentured servitude and their kids was born in indentured servitude, and they can be held in indentured servitude for life, or at least up to like 28 years, 20-something years.
But I think it was way more. I don't know, man. Like I don't consider none of those motherfuckers because we sat there, listened to the man, Mike Walsh and Mike Don Jordan sit there and say the shit that they were in fact chattel and they were in fact slaves. Damn it, that they had signed away all of their rights.
Any POW is a slave.
Them niggas was slaves.
Yeah,
I don't
any
want
POW is a slave. Any
no
capture,
goddamn
yeah, is a slave. Point blank.
shit
An
is
indentured servant is a fucking slave.
romanticize their level of whatever they want to look at it as. I'm like, I don't understand. If you ain't got no rights, what that make you? Like, I don't give a fuck. If it was for 8 years, not bitch, I don't care about that. You're still a slave.
But shit, in that case, sis, we still slaves really modern day right now.
You damn right.
Yeah, so but not chattel slaves.
Nah, we making a choice this time.
We indentured slaves now.
Yep. You go and sign them employment papers.
We
That's
go
your
out and work and all kind of shit now. You know what I mean? Whether you working for yourself or not.
Yeah. You sign that contract.
I might have missed. I might have missed
Yeah,
some of
you
what
pay
you
your
said.
taxes.
Sis.
That's you paying.
My bad. I might have missed some of what you said, sis, because I think my shit was going in and out.
Oh damn.
Because I think we got a misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to romanticize this shit.
Oh, I know you would.
My bad.
I know you would.
Oh shit! What the hell did sis say that I missed?
Nah, I know you would. I'm saying like that's what history does. History likes to, the victors like to, no, they were only there for 7 or 8 years. They never had lifetime servitude. That's a lie. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
And
sis, when you
talk about these other groups, they want to make it seem like it was just one predominant slavery with one type of group, and no other group was a slave. And y'all were Slavs. Y'all were Slavs. Y'all were Slavs, and we know it.
The Vikings
argue with me about who was helping build the railroads. I ain't said, nigga, y'all helped. Helping is not the same as originating or starting some shit. You didn't do what the fuck? Y'all came way later. I said we the reason why this train is on the track, not because of y'all. Y'all came much later.
Big fact.
Stop trying to take credit for things. That's why I get tired of arguing with these other people. I'm sitting over there telling the lady the Irish people were slaves. She talk about it's not the same, and the Irish weren't the only ones who were indentured service. I know all of that. Girl, I know all of that.
Man, even the indentured servants is slavery. That just means you work, but you still had to pay. You just was able to generate money and able to make money too, because you probably had a family for one. But that's the only difference. And a lot we see is the difference is when they talk about indentured servitude, they give that to the so-called European or white man. But then when it comes down to somebody of color, they give them the title slavery.
Exactly.
Right, which is crazy.
Stop what y'all doing.
Because I was watching a documentary today. Says, man, don't you know how much of their own people that the Greeks enslaved and made them fight as gladiators? The fight for their fucking freedom.
Oh yeah.
They was going and conquering every place. Every place they conquered, they captured the people in the military that were still alive, brought them back and held them as slaves, and sold them off in the market. And 90% of the time, the fucking damn, what they would call them, oh shit, the masters of these gladiators will buy them and had them fight for their freedom. They will have to win a certain amount of fights to win their freedom.
Yeah.
Prominence and shit like that. Yeah. So
And that's
I'm
what
like, nah,
yeah.
damn.
But that's
Go
what they
ahead.
mean. They say, no, you're right. Because that's what they mean when they say it's a universal situation. That it wasn't just this transatlantic slave trade notion, and it wasn't just that. It was something that it was viewed as work. It was something that went on for centuries before the transatlantic slave trade. It's just now, this idea around it has become so polarizing that they've made it the main staple around the story and what the truth really is. But you know what I'm saying? Like it could be really viewed as work, you know, like not really. That's why I said, like, I don't know. I said, I don't know how you gonna beat the fuck out of somebody and expect them to be able to work. Like beating people on the level that they said they was doing.
Right.
You know, it's just like a lot of things that gotta be under, like, come on now. Stop what y'all doing, bro. Like, I just don't got time. You know, I get tired of people not using a fucking brain. They use one fucking portion of their little pea brains and they can't process. That's what I tell people. Find me your African ancestors on the boat. Find one. I'm telling you, go find them people. They keep saying all your stuff was erased. But yet we could find all these documents of our ancestors going back to the colonial period in America. And if we could find our people going back to the colonial period, why we can't find a boat? Why we can't find a slave ship they came off? None of that makes logical sense. And you shoot, I don't understand. If you want to prove a claim that you're putting out there, you should be able to substantiate the claim. Not just a bunch of people saying something happened. It was millions of this and millions of that. And ain't nobody proved it. But we supposed to fall for that. I'm glad for these pioneers got us thinking, man. The ones who know, man. If you know, you know. And if you don't, man, you better get on board. You know, my grandmother feel like I'm obsessed with the family history and all that. I said, yeah, because I know a lot of times you don't like to talk about it and stuff like that because some things could be, you know, like it's not, some things is not very pleasing about how they might have grown up and the conditions they might have had to live in and things like that, you know, but it's kind of like, you know, it's still a part of the family history. You know, you can't erase it. And we need to know where we came from. That's important. You know, my daughter needs to know about who I am, who her grandmother is, who her great grandmother is, and so forth and so on. This is what she needs to grow up understanding and knowing. You know, so yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, what's up, Sachi? Sachi made it back. Foot in our history code word for it. Yeah, man. Hey, man, that whole Dred Scott situation pissed me off, man. I was mad. I said Dred Scott made some moves he shouldn't have really made. You know what I'm saying? When it came down to that. But maybe we'll deep dive into that. Because the fact that the slave owner sitting up there saying he could prove that the man had pure African blood ancestors. Boy, you ain't never proved that. You ain't never proved that, weird ass nigga. Weird ass agent. Like foot smelling with Dred Scott met his wife and later married that by Indian agents. Yeah.
We're gonna break down that case.
To that Dred Scott. That's gonna be next.
Yeah.
Because all that stuff connects back to birthright citizenship. You know what I'm saying? And I know Trump has been trying to connect that back to Dred Scott and a lot of other different things as well, and just trying to bring that whole birthright citizenship thing together. And you know, it's something we need to look into. So we really need to, you know, read and get down to the bottom of this shit. So I don't know, OTK, if you don't got nothing else, honey, shit, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here.
I can hear that Belioso real quick.
Oh, I'll throw that thing on. You already know. Fuck a pan African. Shout out to big bro Belioso. I'm mad I ain't see him pull up in the chat tonight.
Father Ray, Reed Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave modes. Hey. Try to get back to them slave modes. Hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch it. Till your damn hands and feet, your foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Trying to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, trying to get back to them slave hoes. Fuck off it, fuck Glenn, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Glenn, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Begin it. Yo, so peace, teeth, acrobatic.
You say also?
Fuck Pan-African, fuck Pan-African,
Like a Pan-African. Man, that shit platinum over here. I keep telling you also that shit. That shit platinum on Sharice the Red channel. Whatever they want. That shit better than any motherfucking Pat Goofy song that ever came out. These niggas put out a new disc record every week. That shit still ain't touching the video, so shit.
Those niggas ain't got no beat out.
These niggas got a disc every fucking week, nigga. That shit hitting on crickets.
Hey, let's give a shout out to them goddamn environments, y'all.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Naya.
Hey, look at Nanya talk about places.
She like, see, they enjoyed that music night, man. We did have a good time on that music night. That shit was so much fun, man. That's like a Saturday. That was some Saturday shit. That's why. Man, if my ass has to take this little girl to her last fucking camp, man, shit. Try to get through this, y'all. I got a funeral on Saturday.
Yeah.
Going to, man.
Sis, trip you out, sis. You remember my cousin I told you got hit by the car?
Mm-hmm.
Why they found her mom dead inside the house yesterday?
Oh my goodness. See?
Crazy.
That's what I mean about that stuff be too much for me, man. Stuff like that.
Crazy work, man.
You just never know, man. You gotta knock on that wood and thank God and thank the universe, not God, but the universe for your life, health, and strength, man. Every day that you open up them eyes, man. You're supposed to be out, you're supposed to be here. So I'm so sorry. Yeah, music night is it. And I'm sorry to hear that.
Sis, man. But that's why we always gotta. That's why you always hear, man. Sis, I love you. Love you,
I love
sis.
you.
You know what I mean? Because you never know.
Nope, you
Never
don't.
know. I don't think they even got it. Do they even got a life expectancy number now?
That's a good question.
Do they even got a life expectancy number now? You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy work.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
you need
true.
to start doing your music night.
Yeah, I know. I think I might do it on Saturdays, and I don't know. I mean, I would do it tonight if I had to wake up. Damn, next thing you know, it's gonna be fucking time for me to get drag that little girl out of the bed. She'll never want to get out the bed.
Yeah, I'm getting up early. My damn self is already one. So
Thank you, Nanya. Yeah, my step grandmother died. Yeah, shout out to my sister. I'm mad I missed her the last time she was in the chat.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I told her next time she come to Baltimore, man, get me, don't shit me. I'll drive out there.
Right.
Shoot, I'll drive to Baltimore. That's what, 45 minutes down the road? Shit. You know, I can go down BWI and holler at her. Sure will. Shit. Like some real shit. Shoot, I gotta come down that road on South Carolina too. Shoot, there's a lot of moves I gotta make. Shit. I said it's still summertime, it's still room for a lot of things, you know. And I said I want to try to make some stuff happen, man. It's just like everything, you know, you got plans to do one thing, and then, you know, shit, I guess they say when God say you make plans, he laugh. Cause some always go another way. You be like, what's going on? Wow. You know, so but don't worry, we gonna get that music night going, yeah. Cause I owe you.
You talking about I'm coming with my playlist.
Yes, man. No, you had the motherfucking. Hey, she had that motherfucking cranking that. she had that cranking that thing. We was having a good time, and that's what we had our music nights. They hate on the music night as much as they hated on the on Baby Boo. Get sure that.
I remember when I used to do that movie, that music night too, man. That fire too, man. Shout out to my sisters.
Yeah, shout out to the sisters, the Unscrambled Minds. Shout out to Mama, Big Mama, my baby, Big Mama, Sister Freedom, shit, Dulcie, Isha, Dots, you know, wishing peace and harmony, their direction, you know, for sure. The family right there.
You feel me? My goddamn day ones right there now.
Hell yeah.
You
know, shout out to the numbers going up and down. Shout out to that.
What happens, sis?
Shout out to the numbers going up and down. People sliding in and out. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, man. You know how it is, man. They gotta show their love, man. It's all good.
Shit, I ain't worried, man. Shit, I know when it's a smoke night, you know what I'm saying? I don't expect much. I just thank y'all for being in here earlier when the build was going on, and, you know, listening to the reading and all of that was really great. So I always enjoy doing that with the people.
Right. The good thing about it, you don't have no distraction that comes in, and you have to get outside of your character and yourself. You can leave the video authentic, so they're gonna go back and watch.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? It's just all that other stuff that can get your video copyright flagged or anything like that. You feel me? So yeah, man.
Grateful. When I was doing the Sites Room panel last night, she pulled up. Smoke Signal pulled up. Smoke Signal pulled up. Talking about, what the hell is this? He's just a nigga.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But, you know, I kind of popped up on them. I wasn't even supposed to do that show, but I went on ahead and just did it. But what you said?
Now answer my phone.
But yeah, I'm gonna start seeing if he gonna let me stream it to my audience, and I'll just private it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know he like to edit his video and do what he do. But you know, maybe I could stream it over so he can have a little bit more viewers tune in and watch the show, even if it's like 17, 16. And I'm gonna get the link over to you next week so you could come on the panel too. So
All right, maybe the next music night, man. Y'all might give me the request and then I'll do it live.
yeah, I'm thinking about Saturday. We do the next music night.
Yeah, on the turntable, I'll do it live.
Yeah, we need to do that, jump. Shit, that music night was popping in this thing with the lyrics on the screen. Shit, everybody that had a request, man.
Karaoke, yeah.
Yes, that shit was so much fun. I need to go back and watch that shit. That shit was fun.
Yeah, you need
Aton and Auto 101 was up on the panel chilling, man. It was just the time.
Make some shorts out of that.
Yeah, it's just the time, everything, we love the information, man. We was on some information for a minute because Absolutely was over here banging too for a minute. And then I just said, shit, let me turn on some music, man. You ain't got to put y'all requests in the chat. That's how we going. And it was just up. Right. It was up. I believe in having fun too. Like, yeah, man, that damn Grateful get to singing. I got to mute her ass. I love her down though, but I always got muted when she starts singing over the damn chorus. She be louder than the song playing. But that's my girl. I know she mean well. So I know, get some shut eye. Shit, I was about to make something shake myself. I need to do that. Baby, my children woke up the next day playing them songs on their YouTube. Yeah, shout out to the children. Yeah, I don't care how old you is. When you hear a good song, you know a good song. That's at any age. That is at any age. So shout out to the children, all my little nieces and nephews over that thing. Shoot, all y'all kids is my nieces and nephews. Period. Y'all my people. So y'all kids is my kids.
Big facts.
Yeah, what's beautiful is how we all can relate even miles away. Hell yeah. That is beautiful. And that's what it's about. We supposed to be connecting on here. You know what I'm saying? It should be bigger than the information. It should be connections that we all making with each other. And that's what it should be about. That's what unity is all about. That's what, when we talk about coming together, that's how it should be. You know what I'm saying? And that's the kind of relationships I want to have with all y'all. Me and OTK got a great relationship. Like that's the relationship I want to have with people who feel the same way about me. You show me love, I'm gonna show you love. That's how this shit work.
And we do argue too.
Oh yeah. Don't make no mistake, okay?
This motherfucker called me the other day, talking about, hold on with your big head. I was like, oh, hold on, my bad.
I sure did.
I was like, hold on, where the hell that came from? Like, slow down, your big head. Like, what the fuck? I was like,
you bring that up.
I'm like, you wild for that.
Hold on with your big head and did.
Yeah, where you wild for that.
Boy, that screen black, blinkety black Negro. But anyway, y'all, shit, I guess that's what we gonna close out on, young. And y'all, I think Saturday is I'm gonna put music night in the title. So OTK might get it on the turntables. If you don't, we still gonna do music night. It is gonna only be music night. And don't nobody come on Saturday expecting no information and all that shit. Put your goddamn request in the chat. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to hear all that. Where the information? Nah, we chilling on Saturday. I know we still supposed to play the HOK. I need to review that because OTK did a hell of a job. Had me hollering at the TV. Shit, I ain't done that since football season. With the damn Commanders out here doing what they needed to do. Had me in complete football season mode hollering at that TV. Telling them but they need to, yeah, he sourced up, so they shut up. And that was facts. We don't want to keep hearing that. Start coming for us like we can't fight, but we ain't got no information. They try to play with us, you know, around here in these parts. I don't care. You just because you don't like the information, that don't mean nothing. We don't care if you don't like it. You don't like it, don't listen to it. Bye. Bye. Shoot, don't nobody want your confused self. Don't bring your confusion around us. We come in peace. So, on that note, OTK, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. Shoot, I gotta grab my pepper spray and run out to the car, get something. I left something in there. Now I gotta go get that shit. So,
Yeah, all right.
so anyway, y'all, I lay y'all down. Y'all stay safe out here, man. Music night on Saturday. So don't be looking for no lectures or no information, like I was saying. Don't look for that. Come with your playlist. Come with your music ready. And I told everybody, just bring lyric videos, okay? Just, yeah, put your lyrics, you know, the lyric videos in the chat. I'll grab them up. We'll play the music and we'll just have a fun Saturday night. And that's what I'm on, you know. Prayerfully, Mother Nature don't come get my ass by Saturday, but she probably is, though, because I know it's on the way, because my thigh been hurting. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Look, y'all. Y'all just stay safe out here in these streets. I love y'all down. Yes. Love you too, Nunya. Love you too, sister. You be hanging with the kid. All right, Suzanne. I'm glad you made it too. Enox. I'm glad all y'all made it in the night, man. Focus Mind. That's my day one right there. Focus Mind. Sachi made it in a few times. Grateful made it in. Who else? Yeah, just shout out to y'all, man. Mike Pistol, shout out to you, baby. Who else? Old dude. Everybody that pushed through tonight. George Richard, Alabama in the house, okay? Everybody pulled up. Nikki, everybody. Shout out to the sister. You know, Captain Crunch, Dak Hosen, everybody, you know what I'm saying? All y'all, Smoke Signal, everybody always pull up and show the kid love no matter what. So that means a lot to me. Shout out to y'all again. Y'all stay safe. OTK, I don't know if you want to close out. If you don't, I'm going to just go ahead and end it. I'm going to end it with a song. One of OTK songs.
Man, y'all already know. Peace and love to y'all. Peace and love to you, sis. Shout out to all my American Indians. Y'all already know my saying. We've been here. We ain't come here. We ain't going nowhere. And y'all already know, in case ain't nobody tell y'all, OTK and Sharice love y'all. Peace.
Love y'all. Peace out, man.